The following program was made possible by the financial support of viewers like you.
Korea, the demilitarized zone, a strip of land 4 kilometers wide, which cuts the country in two. Loudspeakers wage a propaganda war from both sides. Here, 500,000 soldiers, North Korean, South Korean, and American, face each other across the narrow no man's land. Each side worries and watches. Here, 40 years ago, war erupted. The war between World War II and Vietnam. The war many Americans have forgotten. On June 25, 1950, early in the morning, fighting broke out in Korea, which had been divided along the 38th parallel since 1945. First reports from the southern side suggested that this was a general attack from the north. Within 24 hours, the U.S. had taken the issue to the United Nations, where Secretary General Trygve Lie moved swiftly on scant information.
After midnight yesterday, I was informed that the conflict appeared to have broken out in Korea. I immediately dispatched telegrams to the United Nations Commission in Korea asking for a report.
The Security Council took the initial step towards launching the UN on its first and only war. It was a major war fought within the boundaries of Korea by the armed forces of 20 states. Over the next 3 years, Korea was to be devastated and untold millions of Koreans killed. Korea had been an independent, united country for more than 1,000 years before the 20th century. So isolated that it was known as the Hermit Kingdom. It was a settled society, resting on a peasantry tied to land they did not own. Korea wanted to be left alone, but it lies between great powers. Japan annexed it in 1910, and it became a bridgehead for Japanese expansion into Asia. After the First World War, Koreans hoped their interests would be recognized. There were big anti-Japanese protests, with many paying a terrible price for resisting. Others adjusted and tried to get on with their lives. But it was a police state run for Japanese ends. Millions of Koreans were exiled and lost their land, their national identity, even their names. When a Korean won the marathon at the 1936 Olympics, he had to run in the colors of Japan.
First, Kitty Son Japan.
The Japanese cheers could not hide his unhappiness, which speaks for Koreans' deepest feelings.
그때의 그 쓰라담이랑은 내가 지금 이 순간에도 눈물로서 표현을
I can only recall through tears even now my heartbreak at that moment.
나라의 국교와 국가는 우리를 지배하는
It was I who had run and won.
국제대회에
But the
나가서
national flag and the anthem were those of our oppressors.
한다는 것도 있을런지는 모르겠어요.
When I saw this, I felt that even though I might be able to win another world competition, I would never enter another.
Korea's old elite made its protests through nationalists like Syngman Rhee, who went into exile in America in 1912 and was briefly president of a government in exile in China.
Syngman Rhee was a conservative nationalist, anti-Japanese from the beginning, and I must say he had a spotless anti-Japanese record for his entire life. He was revered because he was the first Korean, I believe, in the United States to get a doctorate degree.
He got his doctorate at Princeton in 1910, went back to Korea and served as an agent for the YMCA for about 18 months, and in that capacity traveled around all over Korea making speeches to Korean groups. The Japanese suspected that he was probably promulgating ideas of independence, which was probably a very sound suspicion.
But resistance became dominated by younger people, communists who fought the Japanese mainly in Manchuria. One was a man who took the name Kim Il-sung.
Kim Il-sung had been a guerrilla leader in Manchuria, Manchurian hills between about 1932 and 1941, when he and his men, very small number of men surviving the anti-Japanese struggle, had retreated to the Soviet Union.
World War II brought hope to Koreans of the defeat of Japan. At Cairo in 1943, the Western Allies promised independence in due course. Then, at Yalta in 1945, Stalin agreed to enter the war against Japan. In early August, the Russians fought their way into northern Korea as liberators. The U.S. decided it should occupy part of Korea. Americans landed near the nation's capital, Seoul.
Well, we looked at the map and thought that it would be a good idea if Seoul, the capital of Korea, were in our zone of occupation. But we knew that the Army would not want us to go very far beyond that, and so we looked north of Korea, and there was no clearly distinguishing geographic feature, but there was a 38th parallel. And so we came back and suggested that. What none of us there at that meeting from the State Department or the Army knew was that earlier in the century there had been discussions between the Russians and the Japanese about a division of a sphere of influence in Korea along the 38th parallel. Had we known that, we would have selected any other dividing line. Actually, they accepted the 38th parallel with alacrity.
And there they met the Americans, the only place in Asia. They fraternized as they had done in Germany 4 months before. Koreans, though delighted to be freed from the Japanese, were less happy about seeing their guiltless country divided like Germany and unlike Japan.
Of all the countries we divided, Korea was the most innocent, the least deserving of being divided. And in many ways, we never intended in a planning way permanently to divide Korea. We intended to have a united Korea. The mistake was that we didn't lay the proper ground to occupy Korea jointly with the Soviet Union. And one of the reasons we didn't do that was the residual fear of Soviet advantage through cadre, which we did not have.
Kim Il-sung soon returned. People's committees were already in existence. The Pyongyang Committee was headed by a conservative, Cho Man-sik.
What can one say about the People's Committees? They were truly representative of spontaneously formed bodies. They included various shades of opinion, democratic and reactionary. Incidentally, there was a reactionary in Pyongyang, too, head of the People's Committee, one Cho Man-sik, who was later relieved of his duties.
건국준비위원회에서 The Russian Army commander demanded a meeting with Mr. Choman Rhee of the People's Committee, and we were told that it could be reorganized. The Committee for the Preparation of Korean Independence would select 15 people, and that would be matched by 15 people with communist connections. He instructed us. He didn't seek agreement. We had to adhere to the wishes of the Russian troops who had arrived.
The Russians helped Kim Il-sung to the fore. Choman Rhee was later arrested. By early 1946, Kim was the leading figure in the North. He worked closely with the Russians, but he was no stooge. He was able, tough, and single-minded. His Provisional People's Committee introduced sweeping reforms within the first year. Opponents were arrested and left powerless. In the South, Americans landed in September 1945, and politics took a different course.
I was struck on the way into school by the great numbers of people, Koreans, who lined the road. Every one of them looked as happy as a lark. They saw 50 years of despotic rule was coming to an end and everything would be right for the future. It was a tremendous experience, one that I realized at the time I'd never see again.
Thousands of Koreans lined up in the street to welcome oncoming Americans. So I took out rolls of cotton cloth, and on it I wrote in big letters, welcome our emancipators. Welcome forces of peace. Of course, I had to look up the dictionary to find these big words. Even the communists welcomed the Americans as Liberation Army.
As the U.S. Commander General Hodge took the surrender, Japanese troops were disarmed and sent home. But there remained a symbol that the U.S. was maintaining the old order. The police force in which Koreans had served under the Japanese was kept on. Koreans in the South had other ideas on how to govern themselves.
Just before the American forces arrived in September, the People's Committees, under the leadership of Young Hyung and others, sent representatives to a national conference in Seoul, which then proclaimed itself as the government of Korea. But the Americans were under orders from Washington not to accept authority of any Korean group as representing the Korean people until the Korean people had a chance to select their own representatives. Therefore, the so-called People's Republic was immediately disbanded. And in our case, there were some people's committees that seemed to be doing a very competent job, and some of us thought that they ought to be carried on. Then, as time went on, the Americans, of course, in effect legitimated the Japanese government structure, although they peeled off the Japanese. It was still the same structure. And one by one, the people's committees were disestablished with varying degrees of force.
In 1945, more than 40% of the South was governed by people's committees. The American military government suppressed them.
I heard that Yu Neal, who was the #1 communist in the province, had said that he was going to have my job in 6 months. So I thought that was interesting, so I got Yu Neal in for an interview. And he, communist-like, very brazenly said, I understand you're having problems getting these Koreans to fill these jobs. He said, tell you what, you turn the job over to me, and overnight you will have a functioning government. I said, that should be well true. But we are not here to liberate the Korean people from 40 years of Japanese domination and turn them over to another worse dictatorship. He said, we'll bury you or you will have trouble. And we did, of course.
From the beginning, most Koreans tested the limits of their liberation. The Americans turned to the man many felt safest with, Syngman Rhee. General Hodge introduced him in October. His speech surprised some listeners.
He didn't give the speech that was written for him.
And he emphasized a great deal in what he did say. They need to do away with the 38th parallel to reunify Korea. Well, that was sort of a setback to our initial expectations because they didn't want to stir up any animosity with the Russians right away. But he proceeded to do it. And that was a typical performance of Syngman Rhee. You never could tell what he was going to do, except he probably wouldn't do what he was asked to do.
Rhee also took issue with a joint commission of Americans and Russians set up in a 1945 conference in Moscow. The Allies had agreed to a united provisional government, then perhaps a great power trusteeship. Many Koreans resented this.
We do not want the wind from Siberia or the wind from the Atlantic. The Americans at the time pointed me out as anti-American, because in order to survive, I believed Korea needed to maintain a fraternal relationship with the USA, militarily, economically, and politically. But in terms of ideology, we should not follow that of the USA.
Rhee's supporters seized on the trusteeship issue to oppose the Moscow Agreement as a whole.
Those people felt that a joint administration of Korea by the Russians and Americans would lead to reforms that would undercut their power. In other words, there would have to be some sort of purge of collaborators with the Japanese, since the Russians were doing it in the north, and official American policy called for a purge. And there would have to be land reform. They opposed both of those things, and therefore the trusteeship issue gave them their first sort of patriotic issue, so they could say, I'm not a landlord. I'm not a collaborator with the Japanese. I'm a patriot.
Hodge, urged on by Preston Goodfellow, the intelligence officer who brought Rhee back, came to rely more and more on the right. The U.S. moved to set up a separate government in the South. There were also factional assassinations. The leading moderate, Yo Eun-hyung, was murdered in 1947.
The result was that there was a definite strong-armed element in the rise of the right and of Syngman Rhee, although he also had great charismatic and speaking powers, and also was a very far-seeing politician in some respects.
There were repeated crackdowns against the left and moderates by official police, quasi-official gangs, and the occupation authorities.
The Communist Party in South Korea had substantial support. Actually, between 1945 and 1946 or even 1947, the Communist Party, I believe, was the best organized political force in South Korea. Had the Communist Party in South Korea played their cards well, South Korea probably would have been taken over by the Communist Party. They were too radical.
Violent battles were common in the towns and throughout the countryside, with attacks on the hated police and landowners. Hunger and poverty were widespread.
These were not a bunch of agrarian reformers or propagandists alone. They were a well-organized, thinking, intelligent group of people. And so, since things were getting worse out in the countryside, I declared war on the Communist Party. And so we started, and we put 3,000 communists and fellow travelers in jail. And at this point, I might say that a lot of good, patriotic, intelligent Koreans had joined the Communist Party or had supported them before our arrival, because it was the only effective anti-Japanese organization. And these people were not real communists, and they very soon saw the way the wind was blowing and got out of the organization. But we put about 3,000 in jail.
In the North, the communists were not in jail. They were in power. Kim Il-sung was the center of a growing personality cult. He and his guerrilla colleagues stamped their radical authoritarian imprint on the country. They rebuilt the North's powerful industries. They improved education and the position of women. Elections offered no choice, a vote for the official list in a white box or against in a black box. Few dared use the black box. But the regime's land reform won its support.
The land question was the central social question in Korea in the 1940s. A social question, let's say, behind the politics of the period. The reason that land reform was at least a temporary success in North Korea was that the land was simply redistributed. It was a land to the tillers program. Tenants got the land they worked on. But the land was not collectivized.
Neither regime wanted to lose what it had. In the North, the Korean People's Army was founded in 1948. The regime killed some opponents and suppressed opposition in all forms. But there was still an open border. Refugees flowed both ways, but by 1948, more were heading south. Among them were Christians, landlords, former collaborators with the Japanese, and others who saw no future under communism.
The repression of the religious people was getting much more severe. As I understand it, there was only Kim Il-sung University for higher education. While I was there, as many as 500 people, religious people and students, were convicted and sent to Vladivostok.
At that time in North Korea, many young people opposed and fought communism and came south. The situation in South Korea under the rule of the United States military government was chaotic. The United States military government pursued the general appeasement policy, which approved both communism and democracy. And this created great disorder in the whole of South Korea. Unable to rely on the U.S. military government to restrain communism, we formed the Northwest Youth Corps and carried out terrorist activities.
In 1947, the Russians were back in Seoul for a last attempt to reach agreement on a unified Korea. They proposed simultaneous withdrawal of forces by the Americans and themselves. But the Americans declined, and over Soviet protests, turned instead to the infant United Nations. A UN commission on Korea was set up. The Russians refused to recognize it or to let it into the North. The UN was then pro-Western. It voted for elections in the South on American urging.
Those resolutions mean, in essence, that the United Nations is going to try to break the deadlock which has developed in Korea, and which, for now 2 years, has prevented the achievement for Korea of the...
Canada and Australia voted against.
The issue was whether there would be a separate election in the South alone. And my instructions were that we should resist an election in the South alone, because if there was an election in the South alone, you would end up with a government for the South alone. And indubitably, you would have also then a government in the North for the North alone, possibly both claiming to represent the whole of Korea.
Kim Il-sung was quick to exploit the opposition to these elections by most political leaders in the South. In April 1948, he invited Rhee's two main opponents to a national conference in the northern capital, Pyongyang. They went, hoping to stave off the division of the nation, and with assurances the conference would propose free elections and a free economy.
우리 동위 남쪽 반도를 이세국주의자들이 가진 시도가 노골화되고 있는 조건하에서.
Before Kim Kyu-shik and Kim Gu, Rhee's southern opponents, returned from Pyongyang, the North had announced a Soviet-style constitution. Even so, they boycotted the elections, as did all major politicians except Rhee, as a final protest against the division of Korea. Americans had hoped for wider participation. Still, the elections were held, the first attempt at democracy in Korean history. Police guarded polling places against guerrilla raids and mobilized support for Rhee. Youth gangs also assured a large turnout in the countryside.
I felt that it would have helped the unity of the South if they had, if the moderates had persisted, had been able to participate in the election. So that really it was a rubber stamp election. As far as I could see in Seoul, where I was, I didn't go out in the countryside, it was conducted fairly enough under these circumstances.
The UN observers visited about 2% of the polling stations and pronounced themselves reasonably satisfied in their report. A year later, Kim Gu was assassinated by an army officer with the connivance of the Southern regime. General Douglas MacArthur, heading the Allied occupation of Japan, attended the inauguration of Rhee as president in August 1948. The South formally acquired its independence. Rhee claimed to represent the whole country. In the North, another claimed to represent the whole nation. Kim Il-sung proclaimed the Democratic People's Republic. It asked all foreign troops to leave. The Russians agreed. By the end of 48, except for military advisors, the Red Army had gone.
As we crossed the frontier, Comrade Cheong-gun and I lowered the barrier. We held hands like this and lowered the barrier, thereby symbolically closing the frontier, as if to say we have no troops there now. We assumed that in the absence of major American forces in South Korea, no war could break out. Because there was a united democratic front of 5 million in South Korea. And the South Korean government, without American support, would not venture to start a war.
The South was in trouble. The economy was hurt by high inflation, and discontent was widespread. Order was maintained by the police.
The police were very cruel. They defended where they would. They arrested frequently without warrants. The kind of justice that was dispensed relied very little on rules of evidence. It was not very just, and people were tortured to produce statements for the prosecutors.
Rhee's police had to contend with many guerrillas bent on overthrowing his regime.
Our only weapons were 3 carbines and some bamboo spears. Our arms were as poor as that. So we had to raid the police station to get some guns. When I joined, I soon learned that the guerrilla group was composed of those eager to fight and crush Syngman Rhee.
On the island of Jeju, guerrilla activity was intense. In May 1948, the U.S. military governor, General William Dean, flew in to supervise counterinsurgency operations. The guerrillas were mainly poor peasants who had taken to arms. Their weapons were often crude, but they could be lethal. A cycle of revolutionary violence and reprisal was underway. Some 30,000 people were killed on Jeju. In October 48, a constabulary unit at Yosu refused to go there and mutinied. Its American advisors were worried.
You didn't know who you could trust. A unit, before it would send their troops into the Yosu rebellion, would probably put some agents into the barracks and sleep with that unit that night. They'd pick up the barracks chatter to see if they could detect any communists in the mix. Because, you know, you never knew whether when you ordered the unit out whether it was going to come to your help or come to kill you.
근데 이 반란 사건의 대대장 김지회는
Though Kim Ji-hui, the Yosu Rebels Battalion commander, had been my student when I was principal of the military academy, I volunteered to command the expedition to suppress the guerrillas into the South Chiri Mountains.
전 대대의 부대를 공사를 할 때에 그 저희
It hurt and broke my heart when I shot him and the whole battalion.
적은 적이요. 또
But they were enemies who wanted our country to become communist and were therefore unforgivable.
사람들 용서할 수가 없기 때문에
So I annihilated them before returning to Seoul.
저는 서울에 귀환을 했습니다.
Some troops in the South rebelled, others defected. In May 1949, 2 battalions of frontier troops defected north, including an officer whose doubts began 2 years earlier.
In March 1947, when I was company commander, I was ordered by the battalion commander, Sung-ya Chang, and our American advisor to suppress the riot in Ulchin and Gangwon province. As it was an order, I got my men into a truck and went to Ulchin. On arrival, I found some 40 peasants gathered there and an old woman with white hair whose face was swollen by malnutrition. She could not stand hunger any longer and had come to the country office, which had previously taken her grain away, and was entreating them in a pitiful voice to return her food. I asked myself, how can I call them rioters?
Not all South Koreans who went north were army defectors. Some were guerrillas. A North Korean film shows some of them being surrounded and captured. They faced an orchestrated people's court and, presumably, execution. The North Koreans were early advocates of the power of film. The North gave close attention to its armed forces and their ability to strike hard in the heavy seesaw fighting across the 38th parallel, which increased sharply in the summer of 1949. While the propaganda units sometimes worked overtime, there was real fighting involving thousands of troops and artillery.
Incidents increasingly broke out. And these incidents were feint, if you will. They were never intended as serious invasions. But extremists in the South Korean army, like General Kim Pak-il or Kim Seok-won and so on, and on the North Korean side as well, would make incursions and would exchange shots, and there was a chain of violence reaching virtually up to the Korean War.
Rhee and his top officers, many of them northern exiles, wanted to march north. This letter to his American advisor later fell into North Korean hands.
What Rhee was saying to me, and he said it very explicitly and very clearly, is that North Korea should be recaptured by force of arms to fulfill the United Nations mandate that the Republic of Korea government was the only legitimate government on the Korean Peninsula, to fulfill the ancient nationality of Korea. And he went on to make it perfectly clear that it was impossible for him to do anything without the sanction of the American government.
The U.S. kept Rhee in check by denying him offensive weapons. When the U.S. pulled its troops out of South Korea in June 1949, it left behind advisors and only defensive weapons. Washington planned to appeal to the United Nations if South Korea were attacked. But the world's attention at this time was focused on Europe. On Czechoslovakia, where in 1948 a Moscow-inspired coup solidified Soviet influence. On Berlin, where Truman was forced to mount an airlift to counter a Soviet blockade. And on the Soviet Union. In August 1949, it broke the U.S. monopoly on the A-bomb. The Cold War in Europe dominated the strategic thinking of Secretary of State Dean Acheson.
Well, Dean Acheson was a brilliant man. His interests really were concentrated in the North Atlantic in terms of his own strong sense of personal commitment. After all, he had played a large role in the building of the Marshall Plan and the construction of NATO, and from a geopolitical point of view, one can understand why this North Atlantic relationship was looked upon as fundamental. He had less interest in the little yellow, brown, black people in various parts of the earth.
Our involvement in Korea was considered unfortunate, and we wanted to leave it. We'd set up a Korean government through the United Nations. Not a very satisfactory situation with the country still divided and so on, but if we can, let's get out and pay attention to Europe, which is what America wanted to do anyway. Let the dust settle in Asia.
But America was involved in Asia, and the dust there was red.
As news comes of Britain's recognition of the Chinese Communist government, pictures from the Indo-China border tell of the complete rout of the Nationalist Army.
The Communists were victorious in China with a series of sweeping victories in 1949. America's ally in China, Chiang Kai-shek, was beaten.
A monster rally in Shanghai celebrates communism's greatest victory since the coup in Czechoslovakia.
As the Communists took over the mainland, U.S. attention shifted from Europe to Asia. Chiang Kai-shek fled to Formosa, and the American right became fixated on who lost China. Acheson clarified his policy on China in late 1949. He ruled out a defense of Formosa.
The United States of America is not going to quibble about the integrity of its position. As the President has stated, we are not going to use our forces in connection with the present situation in Formosa. We are not going to attempt to seize the island. We are not going to get involved militarily in any way on the island of Formosa.
The policy of defending Korea seemed less clear, at least from Acheson's January 1950 remarks at the press club.
Dean Acheson's press club speech was very important, not so much for what it exactly said, but how it was interpreted. Well, he described our defense perimeter in the Pacific, and he left Korea out of that perimeter. He did add that for areas beyond this line, resort must be had to the United Nations, and the experience has been that that is not a weak reed upon which to lean. But nevertheless, his speech was widely interpreted as writing off Korea.
This Acheson speech was exactly like Hitler's contention that he wanted peace. It was all deception, and the leadership in North Korea knew it.
In February 1950, North Korea's neighbors, the two communist giants, China and Russia, signed a treaty in Moscow. The U.S. had hoped to woo Mao out of an alliance with Stalin, but now faced what appeared to be a menacing coalition of international communism. The U.S. had demobilized rapidly following World War II. Much of the Air Force was in mothballs. Amid much debate, it reappraised its defense posture in a document called NSC 68. Paul Nitze wrote it.
In the period before we drafted NSC 68, there was really great difficulty between the Department of Defense and the State Department. Secretary Johnson of the Defense Department is determined to honor his obligation to hold the defense budget down to $12.5 billion. The rest of us had come to the conclusion that this was an impossibility to maintain an adequate deterrent posture vis-a-vis the Russians within that the defense budget. Particularly in view of the fact that the Soviets had removed our atomic monopoly. They just tested an atomic bomb, and the Chinese communists had consolidated their position in the mainland of China.
In March 1949, a year before NITSA finished his review, Kim Il-sung went to Moscow. Neither side has disclosed Kim's discussion with Stalin, although the memoirs of Khrushchev claim that the possibility of war was discussed.
I cannot exclude that Kim Il-sung maybe asked about the position of the Soviet Union, how it will be in case of such a complication, of such a conflict there. And I assume that our side has expressed the readiness to help Korea by economic help or maybe some military supplies and so on.
Stalin had no formal defense treaty with Kim Il-sung, but the North Koreans bought more than 100 Soviet T-34 tanks after Russian troops were withdrawn. By 1950, the Soviet tanks had arrived in North Korea. The North also had fighter planes and a well-trained army, including 60,000 veterans who had fought in the Chinese Civil War. The Northern Army was larger than the South's, though the South had a larger population. But the South's forces had expanded rapidly with U.S. aid, though no tanks or combat aircraft. Military activity intensified on both sides of the 38th parallel.
We in Pyongyang came to notice the possibility of war. I cannot say exactly what time, but probably sometime late in 1949 or early 1950. And I happened to live in the neighborhood of one of those centers, therefore we could see that great deal of mobilization was going on. And these led us to believe that some great event was going to happen.
Então, eu estou dizendo, efetivamente, 48 já começava transportes de canhões, armas.
The North was prepared, as I said, from 1948 onwards. There were trucks with big guns moving about, arms, everything. Anyone could understand what was going on.
Ninguém percebeu. Talvez
Maybe the South Korean military knew what was happening in the North, but the people of South Korea were caught by surprise.
In Japan, General MacArthur argued, like the American right, that the focus of the struggle between East and West was in Asia, not Europe, and that the time had come to contain and maybe roll back the tide, including rehabilitating Japan. MacArthur began to take more interest in Korea. Rhee became a welcome visitor to Tokyo. But Washington threatened to cut vital aid when Rhee tried to postpone elections scheduled for 1950. The elections were held, again with UN observers.
We were there to supervise the elections, which we did, and they ran, in my opinion, very well. Tremendous response, particularly women, and I think they got about 90% response to their voluntary voting. There was some trouble. There was some people came down from, I think, Chirisan and killed a few policemen, and I think a few others were taken off by the guerrillas. But apart from that, it was a very well-run election. I think there were about 30-odd candidates. Some of them were in jail, and some were voted in whilst they were in jail.
There now arrived in Korea John Foster Dulles, a Republican, recruited by Truman as special envoy to deal with East Asian questions. Dulles arrived on June 17th. Rhee had been weakened in the May elections. He hoped that Dulles could bolster his position. Dulles went to the 38th parallel. The North Koreans made propaganda use of the visit.
It seems unfortunate that when he went up to this spot near Quezon to look at the parallel, he should have been photographed in that position that we saw on so many people. Because the Commission itself had been to that point. We were told that would be a good point to go to if we wanted to verify with our own eyes the site of the pillboxes on the North Korean side and that sort of thing, and get a feeling of the tension that was there. Not even the peasants were working.
Back in Seoul, Dulles spoke in the National Assembly. He told Rhee he was not alone. Australian delegate Arthur Jameson dined with them that night.
He used that dinner to try and get a statement from Dulles, Senator Dulles, as to what the American reaction would be if there were an invasion of South Korea. And in various ways, he was a very persistent man and very intelligent. He came at this question from various angles throughout the course of the evening, trying to get Dulles to say something that could be regarded obviously as a commitment. And he didn't get it.
Dulles went on to Tokyo to confer with MacArthur about a Japanese peace treaty. Reports on what he agreed to in Korea conflict. He did not seem unduly alarmed. In June, 2 Australian UN field observers inspected the 38th parallel on the southern side to check on any preparations for war. They made a 9-day tour in the company of South Korean officials.
There was talk amongst some junior officers that they wanted to go belting north to get the thing over, but we could find nothing more than just that attitude. We didn't see any concentration of troops anywhere. We didn't see any concentration of stores, equipment, guns, ammunition, food. Nothing was stored forward. And they were very limited in the guns. They didn't have any heavy artillery. The Americans had kept them well under control, and they weren't armed for an invasion.
Starting with an artillery barrage on the Angjin Peninsula in the west, fighting broke out sometime in the early morning of June the 25th. North Korea then launched a general invasion with infantry and tanks. But the North claimed then and since that they had been taken by surprise.
Quite honestly, at the time, I thought it was another of the enemy's large-scale provocations. As yet, I did not know it was going to be an all-out war. While I was thinking it was just another armed incursion, there came the order from our superiors to counterattack. Only then did I realize that the enemy had started the war throughout Korea. That was how I felt.
The North rolled its Soviet tanks. The South had no effective anti-tank weapons.
On the east side of our division, the 13th Regiment was challenged. The T-34 was the tank which had been used by the Soviet Union during the Second World War. At the time, our 1st Division did not have any particular weapons to counter that, and we suffered considerable difficulties.
In a broadcast the same day, Kim Il-sung accused the South Koreans of an all-out attack along the parallel. A North Korean map shows this version. South Korean officers did claim the early capture of one city, Haeju, just north of the parallel.
I never quite knew what went on. There's a bit of a mystery still about Haeju. I think it may have been Pack and his merry men in 17th Regiment attacking it. There could have been some of them fighting their way to get back into South Korea. We didn't hear anything about it until the war had been going for a while, and I never quite knew what went on. It's been said that they attacked there and that the North Koreans responded. Well, I don't think that this can hold water because the 17th RCT was in the Angjin Peninsula, and it would have presented a tremendous line of communications problem had they done an attack to the north.
Of course we know that the North Koreans invaded the South. The question is, what's the meaning of that invasion? In my view, the North Koreans had their tanks greased up, their artillery fused, and their planes ready long before the Korean War began in June 1950. I think what happened, in fact, was that in the summer of 1949, the North Koreans were confronted with a situation where they might well have to fight. In my view, the North Koreans are not ready to fight in the summer of 1949.
And I think what they did was to develop a strategy to launch a preemptive assault, or perhaps an assault that came with a minor provocation. Maybe they were waiting for the first Southern provocation of the summer of 1950. But in any case, their strategy was a blitzkrieg.
As people fled from the fighting, North Korean tanks thrust towards Seoul. News of the fighting reached Washington on a Saturday evening. Truman was at home in Independence, Missouri. Atchison was also out of town. Other top officials were at dinner.
I myself, who was Assistant Secretary for Far Eastern Affairs, was having dinner with the columnist Joseph Alsop. And at that same dinner was Secretary of the Army Frank Pace.
An officer came in and conferred with Dean Rusk and myself, advised of what had happened. Both Secretary Atchison and Secretary Johnson were out of the city, and so I went to the Pentagon, and Dean went to the State Department, and I stayed there all night.
Atchison conferred with Truman by phone. Other key officials met in Washington that night.
At that meeting, the first issue is, do we respond? And I think that was not a difficult proposition. I think it was clearly identified in the minds of almost all of the participants that if we allowed this particular action to move unchallenged, that we faced long-range trouble, particularly with the Soviet Union.
That was the evening in which we decided that the first thing we should do is to take this matter to the United Nations. And so we alerted our people at our delegation to the United Nations to call for a special meeting of the UN Security Council the next day.
At 4 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, June 25th, Korean time, armed forces from North Korea commenced an unprovoked assault against the territory of the Republic of Korea.
The Russians had been boycotting the Security Council because of its refusal to seat Communist China. They failed to return.
I was amazed that the Russians, when they realized what the Security Council was about to do, did not suddenly appear and do something about it. Because if it were true that the Russians were well aware of what was about to happen, it's most unlikely that they would have stayed away from the Security Council that afternoon. I think the Russians were a bit surprised by what happened and didn't get themselves organized in time.
До сих пор. And to this day, I still don't understand it.
Понять.
And resent. And consider it a stupid error on our part. We should not have allowed the Security Council, which was wholly pro the USA, to pass a resolution to send troops to Korea under the blue flag of the United Nations.
After midnight yesterday, I was informed that the conflict appeared to have broken out in Korea. I immediately dispatched telegrams to the United Nations Commission in Korea asking for a report.
Information was sketchy, but the report confirmed an attack by the North, though not the U.S. charge it was unprovoked. South Korea testified, the North did not. The final resolution charged the North with the attack and called on it to withdraw. The notion of a civil war was rejected. In the areas the North Koreans occupied, sympathizers emerged to join them, and people's committees were set up. As the North Korean army approached Seoul, civilians and soldiers fled south toward the Han River. Much of the Southern Army was cut off as the key bridge across the Han was prematurely blown. The Communists could justifiably believe that the South was there for the taking, the war almost over. But it was only just beginning.
This program was made possible by the financial support of viewers like you. For a printed transcript, send $5 to Journal Graphics, 267 Broadway, New York, New York, 10007. To order by credit card, call 212-227-READ. Please specify Korea, Many Roads to War, and today's date.
This is PBS.
The following program was made possible by the financial support of viewers like you.
June 29, 1950. Seoul, the capital of South Korea, had fallen to the North Koreans. Half the Southern Army had been destroyed or trapped by the blowing of the bridges across the Han River.
The bridge, of course, was blown too early. Our troops should have had a chance to get across it with their equipment, especially their transport, their artillery. And the best accounts that I got later is that approximately 1,000 people were killed on that bridge. I know I looked at the steel beams and could see the pattern of a body, which is the same as in the atomic blast, how you can see the patterns of objects and all after the blast.
With the South Korean army disintegrating, the Far Eastern commander, General Douglas MacArthur, flew to Korea. He was met by U.S. officials and by the elderly president, Syngman Rhee. Rhee knew how to appeal to American emotions. "We are in a hell of a fix," he told MacArthur. MacArthur decided to see for himself. What he saw made him contemplate defeat in Korea and in all of Asia. He later wrote,
I watched for an hour the pitiful evidence of the disaster I'd inherited. In that brief interval on the blood-soaked hill, I formulated my plans. They were desperate plans indeed, but I could see no other way except to accept a defeat which would include not only Korea, but all of continental Asia. I hoped by an arrogant display of strength to fool the enemy into a belief that I had greater resources at my disposal than I did.
Less than a year after the army had left, Americans were coming back. On June 28th, 3 days after the fighting started, the North's army entered Seoul, 25 miles south of the 38th parallel.
칼 들고 정말 이 낯세게 내려가서 국기장에 칼 높이 광화국 깃발을 휘날리게 됐습니다.
Our gunner sprang off the tank and hoisted the flag of the People's Republic of Korea to the top of the pole. I can still see the flag fluttering bravely and hear my comrades shouting, "We have carried out the orders of our beloved leader, Kim Il-sung." We were convinced that we would be victorious.
Two days after the attack, President Truman committed the Air Force and the Navy to Korea. The U.S. feared this was a prelude to Soviet attacks elsewhere, and Secretary of State Dean Acheson was determined to confront any aggression.
It is now clear to all, if indeed it was not clear before, that free nations must be united, they must be determined, and they must be strong if they are to preserve their freedom and maintain a righteous peace. There is no other way.
There was no declaration of war in Korea. Congressional leaders urged Truman to act on the basis of his presidential powers. He did. It was called a police action. Truman said he was acting in support of UN resolutions. The first, on June 25th, accused the North of an armed attack on the South and called on it to withdraw to the 38th parallel. U.S. influence in the UN and the continued absence of the Soviet delegate enabled the passing of a second, tougher resolution on June 27th, which recommended
the members of the United Nations furnish such assistance to the Republic of Korea as may be necessary to repel the armed attack and to restore international peace and security in the area.
The Security Council voted 7-1 for the resolution with 2 abstentions.
The resolution of the June 27th was very important indeed, because it really was the basic operative resolution upon which the UN, from that point of view, carried on a collective action, the first in history by an international organization.
Although their troops came later, Canada, Britain, Australia, and New Zealand offered help within days of the UN resolution. 16 nations would eventually join the United Nations forces. U.S. aircraft were the first to arrive. They were restricted to the area south of the 38th parallel, but Truman lifted this ban after a day. The Air Force could then roam virtually at will. But air power alone could not stop the North Koreans. On June 30th, MacArthur asked for ground forces. Asked if a decision could wait, the answer came back, no.
So I called the president, and actually I got him at his bedside phone. I had expected. And I awakened him, and he said, "What is it, Frank?" No concern at being awakened, just what is it, Frank? Well, I said, "Sir, we have from General MacArthur a request that he immediately commit a regimental combat team and that be followed by 2 divisions." Well, he said, "That's something I had hoped we could avoid," but he said, "Do we have to make the decision now?" Well, I said, "Sir, probably on the regimental combat team, but the other can wait till tomorrow. But nobody can decide it should wait except you." Well, he said, "Fine, you go ahead and we will make the real determination on both tomorrow morning."
Within hours, Truman authorized MacArthur to use all troops available to him in the Pacific. Army Secretary Pace was there.
We all agreed that there really was no choice. And so General MacArthur was informed, and we were into Korea deep.
Resistance by the South was disorganized. The North had moved with less than half its army mobilized. Heavy summer rains hampered tank movements. Although advancing in the east, It had to halt in the west. Southern Army headquarters at Suwon had no real idea where the North Koreans were. The South Koreans had a chance to catch their breath. President Rhee abandoned Seoul and escaped south, with barely a government for the UN to defend. Rhee took out his frustration on Americans.
But he was angry, and he shook that finger at me, and he said, "Where is the weapons that your Congress has authorized for me?" And of course, I had explained to him all about lead times and so forth. But he said, "I'll never forgive you Americans," as he shook his finger in my face.
Some of Rhee's troops fled, some stayed and fought, but the North's tanks were daunting.
소리만 들리면 이건 뭐 대항할 길이 없으니까.
We were really frightened by the North Korean tanks, even the sound of them. Whenever we heard them, there was nothing we could do, except, in desperation, some of our soldiers grabbed hand grenades and explosive charges and threw themselves at the tanks in a suicide attack. It was like a fight between an adult and a child. It was like throwing eggs at a rock.
The U.S. had not provided the South with effective anti-tank weapons. Its forces disintegrated. At least 2 divisions threw away their arms and joined the stream of refugees heading south. The United States had made lightning-swift political decisions about getting into the war. The nearest troops were the 4 divisions of MacArthur's 8th Army in Japan, but they were an unseasoned occupation force.
It was rather relaxed. We did train 5 days a week, but we played pretty hard. We had no idea that there was going to be a war coming up and over the horizon in a few months.
The tour in Japan was a fat cat sort of thing. People were there for a very good time, and a good time was had by all. The training was more symbolic than it was fact.
Truman's authorization of ground forces produced a flurry of activity among the occupation forces in Japan. Though unprepared for what was to come, the military machine geared up fast. What came to be known as Task Force Smith was loaded onto aircraft for Korea within a few hours. Their orders seemed simple: get as far north as possible, make contact with the North Korean Army, and slow them down until more American units could arrive. There were about 500 soldiers in Task Force Smith, and they were in for a shock.
Just as we were about to pull out of the station and go north, I heard a shot, pistol shot. And I was told right after that a South Korean officer had committed suicide in the train next to ours because his family had been in Seoul and had been overrun by the North Koreans. It suddenly dawned on me, we're not here for a picnic, and we may be getting involved in something a little bit more than just bringing out dependents and foreign nationals and the embassy people.
It was America at the top of the American wave. And we all thought, instinctively, I can remember that I thought so too. Now the Americans are in, it'll be over. We'll be beating these people in no time at all and going home. Isn't it lovely? We were exultant. We had no idea that these were untrained troops up against strong-blooded troops who knew what they were doing.
From Pusan, the troops moved north. They chose a position that blocked the main north-south road and rail link near Osan. Despite their small number, they were confident that they could stop the North Koreans, who had no experience fighting a Western army. On July 5th, Task Force Smith dug in. They would be the first Americans to face an Asian communist army. Tanks appeared in the distance.
Task Force Smith was supposed to be an arrogant display of strength, which would caused the North Koreans to immediately recoil when they saw what they were facing. We thought that we could certainly stop the tank.
Their anti-tank weapons could not stop the North Koreans. The T-34 tank simply drove through their positions. More than a quarter of the Americans were killed, wounded, or captured.
The North Korean infantry then started to come up. Some started coming up the front of us, and it was raining, drizzling, cold, and we started taking casualties, and then we knew we were in trouble.
놈들은 겁에 질려서 우리하고 맞설려을 하지 못하고
When we charged the Americans, they were too frightened to resist. They threw away their guns, held up their hands, and begged for mercy. We didn't shoot those who were begging for their lives, but ruthlessly shot those who were resisting.
And people started getting killed, terrible emotional situation for every man there, 300 to 400 of us. So I, my God, we're going to miss the regimental party next Saturday night. We're not going back to Japan, We didn't have the whole story, at least at my level. And from that moment on, we were fighting for our lives.
By late morning, the battle was over. North Korea had scored its first victory against the U.S. Army.
After the battle, we rested and had a meal. Dead Americans were lying all over the place with their mouths open. There was a man in our 9th squad, a real joker, who said, "The Americans are still hungry, even though they are dead. Here, have some earth." He then shoved a handful of dirt into each mouth. Everyone was amused.
It is not that we weren't well trained, we were overmatched. Any more than an American high school football team can play in the Super Bowl. We were all right as a high school football team. We did not belong in the Super Bowl with the equipment we had.
The Northern Army's first act was to release political prisoners. There were almost 30,000 in South Korea, according to U.S. Embassy documents. In Seoul, the new administration was based upon a People's Committee made up of Southern communists who had taken refuge in the North and National Assemblymen who had remained in Seoul.
It was okay during the initial period, for a week or two, when nothing happened. We even approached to them and talked with them. There were all kinds of communist cadres, members with their red armband on the street, trying to explain how South Korea started war and how, after all, the North Korean army trying to liberate the motherland of southern part. It to be accomplished in 3-4 days.
The CIA reported that more than half of Seoul's students were actively aiding the communist invaders, with many voluntarily enlisting in the Northern Army. The CIA also noted that the working class generally supported the North Koreans, merchants were neutral, and the intelligentsia pro-Southern. Cadres from the North went to work. It seemed the advent of a new order. A North Korean correspondent was there.
When the city was first liberated, the citizens of Seoul welcomed the soldiers of the Korean People's Army. I remember hearing the people say, "We heard the North Korean communist soldiers were a monstrous rabble with the horns of devils and red faces, but seeing them now, we can see they are the same as us. The soldiers are young and brave and handsome."
In the rush to leave Seoul, American diplomats had failed to destroy some sensitive documents.
In those days, nobody had invented a shredder. They all had to be burned on the roof. The only unfortunate omission that we made was that we failed to burn the personnel records, which were not classified. But the North Koreans got hold of those and made great use of them in going after the people who had worked for us.
They have a so-called People's Code. They've been
trying to execute families and government officials. They bring them all out. And a lot of communist sympathizers or communists right on the street. They sit on and they start, this is government officials so-and-so, or government families of government officials so-and-sos, and ladies and gentlemen, what are you going to do with this Mr. Kim so-and-so? Well, shoot them. Well, what are you waiting for? You shoot them. Any objection? There's not a single objection. Who has the courage enough to raise a voice and no, he's a good man, don't shoot type. There's not a single one, because he will eventually get shot at if he behave and talk like that. So they shoot, they killed hundreds and hundreds of innocent people through the People's Code.
The North imprisoned many. Thousands more fled the terrors of revolutionary justice and the fighting. On July 7th, the Security Council asked the U.S. to appoint a commander for the United Nations forces in Korea. Truman chose MacArthur. A few days later, Syngman Rhee placed South Korean forces under UN command. The Australian Air Force was already in action.
From our high perch, it's not easy to sight objectives, but the Aussie pilots seek out the gooks like hounds on the scent.
People have forgotten that in those days, before and for a while after, the United Nations really mattered in this world. And that it did have considerable authority in various areas. And our commitment to Korea, partly because the Americans were involved, yes, let's not be silly about that, but it was, I believe, just as much a feeling that we should get into the business of collective security in the United Nations.
Collective security was a phrase which also appealed to the British Labour government, but Britain was short of troops and money.
We were committed to 7 divisions in Germany, and the chiefs of staff were at their wits' end to know how we were ever going to find that number. So our first advice was that we could not send any forces but one, and that was the ships on the Far East Station of the Royal Navy, that is, those based in Singapore and the advanced base in Hong Kong.
The UN forces were eventually bolstered by contingents from all 5 continents. English-speaking nations rallied quickly, and Syngman Rhee was grateful.
On behalf of every Korean man, woman, and child, I want especially to thank American, Australian, and British soldiers, sailors, and airmen who daily and nightly risk and give their lives in this distant land so that liberty and freedom shall not perish from the earth.
Rhee welcomed UN troops with appeals to cherished Western ideals, ideals which he had seldom practiced. The mobilization of the West was inspired by a fear of communist aggression in the 50s, and the unopposed aggression that brought on World War II.
The fact that communist forces have invaded Korea is a warning that there may be similar acts of aggression in other parts of the world. Free nations must be on their guard, more than ever before, against this kind of sneak attack. The free nations have learned the fateful lesson of the 1930s. That lesson is that aggression must be met firmly. Appeasement leads only to further aggression and ultimately to war.
Congress authorized the president to extend the draft and greatly increase military expenditure. Truman was also given powers to mobilize the American economy for a massive rearmament program. The U.S. was implementing a policy outlined in a National Security Council document known as NSC 68. Completed in March 1950, it called for a threefold increase in defense spending and a military strategy for containing the expansion of Soviet power.
NSC 68 represented a major decision by the United States to begin to build up its armed forces again. And I think the Korean attack and the Korean War simply confirmed what was already being discussed as a necessity if we were to maintain some peace in the world.
And Mr. Truman, when he approved NSC 68, did not approve anything having to do with the budget, but he approved the conclusions, but he directed that the various agencies involved should do a detailed budgetary estimate. And that estimate had not been completed at the time that the North Koreans attacked on a Sunday into South Korea in surprise. And it was only after that attack from North Korea that really people approved that we go forward with a real program.
The Americans and South Koreans had been pushed back about halfway down the southern part of the peninsula. Arriving American units were moved up in an effort to delay the North Koreans and to counter increasing guerrilla attacks and infiltration. American forces were now commanded by Major General William Dean, the military governor during the U.S. occupation of Korea. For North Koreans, Dean's return symbolized America's re-intervention in their civil struggle.
The Americans came before, after the defeat of the Japanese. They oppressed, exploited, and despised our Korean people, and committed many atrocities. Now, once again, the American army has invaded Korea. So I took up arms and vowed to fight for victory in the war to exterminate the American imperialists.
On the East Coast, the North Korean advance was slow through mountainous terrain against light opposition. In the West, American troops fell back towards the provincial capital of Daejeon. Here, 100 miles south of Seoul, General Dean hoped to make a stand. For the first time, the Americans had effective anti-tank weapons, but their positions were infiltrated by the North Koreans and local insurgents, and soon collapsed. The North Koreans were fighting a new kind of war. As General Dean put it, stopping the gooks is like trying to stop water coming through a fishnet.
The town was in panic. The streets were full of Koreans carrying incredible loads. I've never seen human beings carry such colossal loads. At a trot, trying to get out, crying babies, grandparents clutching some poor tattered possessions. Everybody trying to get out. American troops trying to go against the current with their trucks to bring in some ammunition. The Korean troops actually pouring in. General William Dean actually handling a bazooka himself and firing at tanks. I got out just in time to go back and file a story.
After the fall of Daejeon, General Dean was captured, the most senior officer to be taken prisoner in the war. As the retreat continued, an anonymous captain gave his impressions of this strange new war to a radio audience back home.
I don't know where to start on this. These last 3 weeks have been pretty rough. We're getting help in now. That's something we sure didn't have when we started. What makes it so difficult over here is that you can't tell the damn North Koreans from the South Koreans. And that's caused a lot of slaughter. We had an air escape here about 2 or 3 days ago. Lost a lot of good men. I hope we never get into a scrape like that again. This affair is more than a police action. It's something gigantic.
By now, it was a full-scale war. The North Korean 6th Division swept through the southwestern provinces, where there had traditionally been the greatest resistance to the Rhee government. The speed of their advance was helped by the lack of opposition. People's committees were established, and land reforms, similar to those in the North, undertaken. This was supported by the peasantry. Many people rallied to the new regime. Opponents were purged or killed. As the North advanced, Rhee's government killed thousands of its political prisoners.
I saw the South Korean police escort out men and women who were tied together and then forced into trucks pretty brutally. And we evacuated the town, and since the road was being mortared and shelled, we elected to go through the paddy fields, and there were these people that I'd seen that morning, plus another 70. They might have been brought out the previous day, for all I know, who had been killed.
Another incident was witnessed by British photojournalist Bert Hardy.
Suddenly we saw, on the square outside the station, all these ragged figures, all crouched. There were old men, 60 or 70. There were boys that were around about 16-ish. And they were all roped together. And there was these South Korean guards with their rifles. And these figures were all cringing, because if they wanted a drink, they were so hot. And I remember one of them looking around to see whether the guard was looking and scooping the water up and drinking it. And if the guard caught them, whang, on the head with the back of his rifle. And as far as I know, off they were taken and shot as political prisoners.
For the civilians, there was plenty to run away from: repression, bombing, fighting, and starvation.
I remember once when Margaret Higgins and I had stopped at a stream that we were about to ford. We stopped, and there was a Korean child just crying its head off. And Maggie said, "I wonder what he's crying about." And I said, we were both very tired, and I said, "Well, he's a Korean, isn't he? Isn't that enough?"
American troops found it difficult to distinguish friend from foe. The North Koreans had infiltrated refugee columns, and in the ensuing confusion, innocent civilians became casualties. One American general commented, "If they look organized, shoot at them. It can't be us."
When we arrived there, it was a country, or at least Busan, where we arrived, was a situation of shambles. We arrived there into a dock strike, and we overcame that, of course, by commandeering the equipment and unloading our equipment onto a commandeered train, and we went to the war zone with commandeered engineers who took the train north.
Lieutenant Bussey entered the war zone in a segregated unit, soon encountering several hundred enemy troops. He manned 2 machine guns himself and later helped bury 258 North Korean soldiers. He was promoted to captain and awarded a Purple Heart and a Silver Star. Some feel a recommendation for a Medal of Honor was denied because of racism in the Army. President Truman had encouraged desegregation in 1948, but the Army in 1950 still contained segregated units.
Generally speaking, I feel that the Army had made no moves toward desegregation. The Air Force had, and they'd done a very effective job at it. But the Army had done nothing. And we went to Korea, we went there as second-class citizens. Second-class leadership, third-class training, fourth-class morale.
All units available in the Far East were rushed to Korea. One was the 29th Regiment, shipped from nearby Okinawa. 3 days after it arrived, its 3rd Battalion was ambushed. Private James Yeager was taken prisoner.
The first man they interrogated was a master sergeant, and he abided by the Geneva Convention, and he just gave them rank, name, and serial number. And this group slapped the table and screamed at him and threatened him with American 45 and told him he wanted to know about the artillery. And the master sergeant told him again his rank, name, and serial number. So he says, "You lie, you die." And he asked him again. And the sergeant repeated his rank, name, and serial number again. They proceeded to take him outside this building that they had us quartered in, which was a little church. There was no furnishings in it at all. And they blew his brains out with an American 45. He come back in, and then he asked the next man about artillery. He says, "Hell, we got a whole goddamn division of artillery back down there." And he seemed to be pacified with that.
Almost half of Yeager's unit of 945 men had been killed or wounded in the ambush.
They only took about 80 prisoners. And with talking to some of the guys that come in the next day or that had been captured at different locations that day, the North Koreans were playing Bob the Apple with some of them over on the river. The guys got into the river and they were pushing them with sticks, and then they'd come up and they'd push them with sticks again. They were shooting them. They had guys out in the fields that they were shooting. Some of them they tied ropes around and run them up and down the road behind the Jeep, drug them up and down the road. They buried a bunch of Americans that were wounded alive. Real humanitarians. Real humanitarians.
The Nakdong River formed the western boundary of the area to which the UN forces had retreated. The North Koreans pressed in on them from the north and the west through Taejon and Chinju. Guerrillas infiltrated through the lines. At the end of July, UN forces retreated across the Nakdong River and destroyed the bridges. They were now hemmed in what became known as the Pusan Perimeter. If the UN didn't hold the line, its troops faced evacuation. General MacArthur flew from Tokyo to Korea to personally deliver the message. There could be no further retreat. General Walton H. Walker, commander of the 8th Army, got the message.
The men were pulling back not for a military reason, but psychologically they just had panicked. With that, he said, "We've got to stop them." So the way in which we did it, I would fly over them at 300 or 400 feet. Then I'd chop the engine, put on the flaps. He'd drop the back door. And as I glided over the troops, maybe 15 or 20 feet off the ground with, of course, the engine idling, he would lean out and start yelling at them to stop where they were and start fighting.
While we were in this so-called Pusan perimeter, General Walker came in and talked to all the officers, and he explained to them it was a long swim back to Tokyo, and here we stand to die, fellas. There isn't any place else to go. And our officers came back and told us the situation.
General Walker made the pronouncement, stand and die, or something like that. Of course, where I was, I thought we were already doing that. We had a regimental commander who was just as tough as General Walker. His name was Stevens, and he was a tough hombre, and he liked to kill North Koreans, but he booked no nonsense on our part. And when he said stand and don't give way, we stood and didn't give way.
At the end of July 1950, UN forces desperately defended the Pusan perimeter in southeast Korea. There was a risk of losing it. There was also a risk of a wider war in Asia. Before the war, Secretary of State Acheson had set a U.S. defense perimeter that included Japan. It was now extended to include not only Korea, but Formosa, today known as Taiwan. Mao's communists had taken the mainland the year before. Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists had retreated to Formosa. As the Korean War began, Truman ordered the 7th Fleet into the Straits. He hoped this show of force would prevent either side from launching attacks and possibly drawing the U.S. into a wider war in Asia. The government on the mainland saw this as aggression, the nationalists as a sign of support. U.S. support for Chiang Kai-shek had wavered before the war. Indeed, the outbreak of war in Korea had saved him from a U.S.-endorsed coup.
In the week preceding the North Korean attack, we had some reason to think that there might be an effort in Taiwan to take over the government by some of those in the military forces. Well, when the North Koreans did attack, we did what we could to discourage any such development in Taiwan because Korea was enough of a complication on its own without having additional complications in Taiwan.
At the end of July, MacArthur visited Formosa to assess its ability to resist a communist takeover. MacArthur supported the Joint Chiefs, who had recommended using nationalist forces to break up hostile communist forces now concentrating on the mainland. Did MacArthur make promises to Chiang that could rekindle the Chinese Civil War? The nationalist leader encouraged this speculation. Truman sent a trusted aide, Averell Harriman, to Tokyo to tell MacArthur not to get the U.S. into a war with the Chinese communists. Truman's policy was to defend Formosa without threatening the mainland. But within weeks, MacArthur challenged this, suggesting in a letter to a veterans convention that Formosa be used as an American base.
Nothing could be more fallacious than the threadbare argument by those who advocate appeasement and defeatism in the Pacific that if we defend Formosa, we alienate continental Asia. To pursue any other course would shift any future battle area 5,000 miles eastward to the coasts of the American continent.
Truman almost fired MacArthur and made him withdraw the statement even though it had become public. This incident was over, but between Truman and MacArthur, the tension over U.S. policy in Asia would continue. Also in August 1950, Soviet Ambassador Jacob Malik returned to the UN Security Council. The Soviet boycott was over. The Russians had stayed out of the war, although they had supplied North Korea with weapons. But the U.S. felt the Soviets bore a wider responsibility.
If now the Soviet Union would exercise its influence, the breach of the peace would be ended forever. If now the Soviet Union would decide to respect the independence of its neighbors and live in true friendliness with the rest of the world, if it would prove its words by deeds, the fear that now grips the world would disappear.
A wave of anti-Russian sentiment swept the United States. A future president spoke for many ordinary Americans.
Ronald Reagan, the Screen Actors Guild president, follows with a statement of action against communism.
Let's for a moment forget the words communist and communism. Let's substitute the proper term, pro-Russia. Because the very doubts that we feel are doubts that were intended that we should feel by the men in the Kremlin. Communism, the greatest hoax of the century, was perpetrated on the world to cover and mask nothing more nor less than a program of Russian aggression and expansion.
In Korea, UN forces in early August were under heavy pressure in the Pusan perimeter. The goal of the North was to capture Pusan by August 15th, the anniversary of liberation from the Japanese. The North Koreans took the east coast port of Yeongdeok. General Walker authorized a withdrawal further south to Pohang. There was little room for further retreat. Americans had developed a respect for the North Korean soldiers.
North Koreans were extremely well trained. They were extremely well organized, and they were tremendously motivated. They were there to make the fatherland look better, and they did. They had determination. They had everything that a soldier needs to acquit himself well.
America's answer to North Korean determination was firepower, and the pipeline, as the logistics support system became known, delivered increasing amounts of equipment. But firepower could not replace manpower. America urged its allies to send more. British Premier Clement Attlee seemed happy to oblige.
We are faced with a direct challenge to the authority of the United Nations. An act of aggression has been committed. And if the United Nations organization was not to go the way of the old League of Nations, it was absolutely and imperatively necessary that a halt should be called.
The pressure on the Pusan bridgehead led General Bradley, American Chiefs of Staff, to say, we'd like anything. If you send a platoon today, it'll be worth a battalion tomorrow. So the British Army was under pressure to send some forces. They said, very well, we will send the British 29th Brigade, which is the Imperial Strategic Reserve. And they began to get them together, which meant calling up reservists and possibly extending national servicemen. And then they said, how long will they take? This was in August. Oh, they said, we think they'll be ready by November. Well, an exclamation mark was the response to that in Washington.
Britain bowed to the pressure and sent troops from Hong Kong to Korea at the end of August.
We heard the skirl of bagpipes. Of course, we hurried up onto the pier. And the British had formed up and were just beginning to march up to the train to take them to the front. They had on their hobnail boots. It was a cobblestone road at the head of the pier. And as they began to march, the regimental band began to play. And I recall the American truck drivers were down there getting ammunition and supplies for the troops, getting out of their cabs and standing on the hood of the trucks to watch the British go by.
Of course, all eyes were on the Argylls, as they always are and always will be, with a Scottish costume and kilt in a far country. And so they got all the bouquets and everything else. It was a fascinating sight, very unmilitary. And lots of odd American soldiers walking about or lying about. Don't know what they were supposed to be doing, but they were all very vociferous and vocal about how we'd arrived too late. The press was there in large numbers. I don't know how many there were, but the world press was there. And they all knew more about what was going to happen than we could possibly know. And secrecy, security, and so on are non-existent. It was incredible. It wasn't a kind of war picture that we British are used to. It was something out of, I don't know, cinema.
It was easier to get planes into action than ground troops. The UN continued to exploit its dominance of the air. The power of its strategic bomber force was formidable against a small country without an effective air force. All of North Korea and the occupied South was at the mercy of the B-29s flying from island bases in the Pacific. The effects were devastating.
Almost every day they came and attacked some of the military installations and some of the places that they thought important for the war. And then later on, they started bombing the whole city.
The UN forces also had available to them growing backup from close air support. The Japanese islands were a secure base, an American sanctuary. Aircraft operated both from there and from carrier groups around the Korean coast, day and night, attacking supply lines, factories, towns, and villages. MacArthur had issued a list of targets which included every major town in Korea. Clear policy to stay well clear of Korea's northern border. But some pilots violated their orders and strafed an airfield inside China and another inside the Soviet Union. The North's air defenses for both their troops at the front and for their supply lines and towns in the rear were very weak. The army at the front along the Naktong River suffered heavy casualties under intense bombing. Despite local support, its logistics were strained to the breaking point. What remained of the Southern Army withdrew south toward Pusan. Its forces were still unable to check the North Koreans. It was short of recruits. All males of fighting age within the perimeter could expect to be drafted and sent into battle unprepared. Southern casualties, both military and civilian, were very high in the bitter fighting that took place as North Koreans fought to cross the Naktong River.
The battles of the Naktong River were fierce. The river was running fast and deep because of the heavy rain, and this made the crossing difficult. In order to cross the river, we collected wood, bamboo poles, and other materials. I myself used 2 wooden poles about 6 feet long. I tied these together with straw rope. Then, with my chest resting on the connecting straw rope, I swam across the river.
In early September, the North Korean army made a determined attempt to break through the perimeter and destroy the UN forces. General Walker put a proposal to the South Korean Chief of Staff.
또 우리는 추후에 생각을 하지 않을 수가 없다. 그것은 뭐냐?
If we are unable to hold Pusan, we will have to consider a plan for the evacuation of South Korea. We will take 2 divisions of the Korean Army and about 100,000 civilian refugees to a U.S. territory.
갖고 있는 영토에 후송도 해야 되겠고 교육도 해야 되겠다.
I was stunned by this and immediately reported the conversation to President Rhee, who was visiting the front.
이 사실대로 보고를 드렸더니 이승만 대통령께서
President Rhee said, no, I will not allow even a single Korean to be evacuated from our homeland. It is simply inconceivable for us to leave. General Walker can evacuate all the American soldiers he likes, but the Korean army and people will fight to the last man, to the end.
마지막 일순까지 싸워야 된다.
North Korean propaganda film maintained that morale was high, but their momentum had been halted. The North Korean leader, Kim Il-sung, must have known that time was running out. Southern civilians were enrolled by the North to move supplies over a transport system under constant attack. Some resisted.
Usually it happened at night. And what my mother did was, is when they rush into the house, they count the number of the mattresses. And they say, well, there's 5 mattresses, why there are only 4. One must be hiding somewhere. So my mother did not sleep with mattress because I would use it, and she would sleep on the floor without it. And I would either run or go back to the hall or disappear to neighbors. Then they would count, and there were only 4, and there were 4 accountable, you see. This happened.
By mid-September, with heavy reinforcements, the UN was holding the line in the Pusan perimeter. But after almost 3 months of fighting, the war had taken a terrible toll. Tens of thousands of North Koreans had died. U.S. casualties were more than 4,000 dead, almost 14,000 wounded or missing. Neither side could force a military decision. During these 3 months, MacArthur had been formulating a daring plan to turn the tide.
MacArthur had gone to Korea within days of our involvement. But he came back with the firm impression that to turn this thing around, it would be necessary to land in the rear of the North Korean army in what is literally called a turning movement and force the North Korean army to fight on a new front.
At a meeting back in early July, MacArthur had outlined his plan.
MacArthur went to a wall map of Korea, tapped it with his
stem of his corncob pipe. He said if I once again had the 1st Marine Division, I would land them here. And he tapped the port of Incheon.
Incheon was the main port on the west coast, only 20 miles from the capital, Seoul. North Korean supply lines could be cut by a seaborne landing, which would recover the nation's capital. But first, he'd have to convince the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
MacArthur had difficulty selling the whole Incheon invasion to the chiefs, and the chiefs came out to be briefed by MacArthur on his plans for an invasion. They didn't know where he wanted to go at that time, and I think they were rather surprised at his bold moves. Their initial reaction was dead set against such an invasion. I sat in the back and listened, and I was surprised and charmed, as I think the chiefs were.
The chiefs may have been charmed, but they were unconvinced. General Collins and Admiral Sherman went to see MacArthur in late August to express strong reservations. MacArthur again tried to persuade them the landing at Incheon was a good idea. Their doubts remained, but they agreed, and MacArthur got the 1st Marine Division. The North Koreans could do little about these plans, but they could do something with their prisoners. It was useful to show that Americans were not invincible.
From that, they filed us out, made us march all the way downtown in Seoul on this propaganda parade. We call it a hate march, with banners about peace-loving North Korean people and all this other stuff. I refused to carry their signs. Some of the men were so sick that they were carried downtown, and one of them died on the way back. Shortly after this, we started hearing noises that we thought they were playing basketball in the gymnasium. And then it dawned on us it was heavy artillery fire. What it was a artillery bombardment of Incheon prior to the invasion.
"269 ships, the largest armada since D-Day, had arrived at Incheon from the safety of bases in Japan. How did MacArthur and the UN intend to use this power? To restore South Korea, or to unite the whole of Korea under Syngman Rhee?
This program was made possible by the financial support of viewers like you. For a printed transcript, send $5 to Journal Graphics, 267 Broadway, New York, New York, 10007. To order by credit card, call 212-227-READ. Please specify Korea, an arrogant display of strength, and today's date.
This is
The following program was made possible by the financial support of viewers like you.
On September 15, 1950, American and South Korean Marines landed at Incheon, deep into territory held by North Korea. For For General Douglas MacArthur, the landing was a gamble. The Joint Chiefs in Washington had only reluctantly approved it. If successful, it could bring victory. But what constituted victory? Containing communism by driving the North Koreans out of South Korea, or rolling back communism and reunifying Korea? Korea was not like World War II. It was a limited war. Could it be kept that way? In 2 months, U.S. troops were at Korea's northern border. Across the frozen Yalu River stood the 1-year-old People's Republic of China. A worried President Truman had warned MacArthur, "I don't want you to get us into a war with Communist China." Truman was concerned about the prospect of a wider war, but MacArthur seemed to welcome it.
It seems strangely difficult for some to realize that here in Asia is where the communist conspirators have elected to make their play for global conquest, and that we have joined the issue thus raised on the battlefield. We must win. There is no substitute for victory.
MacArthur wrote that during his first visit to Korea on June 29th, he decided on a plan to win the war. It was the same as a Pentagon contingency plan formulated a few days before the war began. The plan envisioned a retreat to a defensible perimeter around the port of Pusan. The North had pushed UN forces there during the summer of 1950. The plan then called for an amphibious landing at the port of Incheon, 20 miles from Seoul. A successful assault would sever North Korea's supply lines and trap the North Korean army. There were risks, but MacArthur was willing to take them.
The hydrography was all wrong. You had these fantastic tides of 32 feet to contend with, these exposed mudflats that amphibian tractors could not cross, and which landing craft could only cross at high tide. You had the unknown nature of the beach defenses. You had a situation where the Eighth Army had essentially been defeated. Now, what were you going to do? You were going to land a new corps behind the successful North Korean army. Very bold. As I say, it was MacArthur's intuition more than logic.
The Joint Chiefs of Staff were nervous about Incheon. The location was difficult. Many of the landing force would be green. Others, moved from the Pusan perimeter, would be weary, and the perimeter weakened. Yet in late August, the chiefs signed on.
Why did they not stop General MacArthur? And the answer is because he was Douglas MacArthur. He was Douglas MacArthur, almost a myth in the minds of the American people. A magnificent showman, a highly successful general, for whom a sense of hero worship existed not only in the public, but to a certain extent in many areas of the military itself. I would say to you that if that had been recommended by anyone other than General Douglas MacArthur, I believe it would have been stopped.
The chairman of the Joint Chiefs made one last effort to preach caution to MacArthur.
General Bradley sent a cable to MacArthur, and it said, "In case the invasion fails at Incheon, what are your withdrawal plans?" Signed, Bradley. And MacArthur sent a 3-part message back, again in the open. And the first paragraph said, to General Bradley, said, "Don't take counsel of your fears." The second paragraph said, "We have no withdrawal plans." The third paragraph said, "The invasion will not fail." Signed, MacArthur.
September 13th, 1950. In preparation for the landing, the Navy began bombarding Incheon.
We spent the whole night awake in the school playground and in the early morning heard the artillery firing prior to the landing. And there were flashes of very bright light so that one could see insects crawling about in front of the school. They continued to bomb heavily. When one looked over Incheon City, the whole city was glowing red like a sea of flames. It was like this the whole night. When I woke up in the morning, I heard people say that the United Nations Army was coming.
It's D-Day. Target Incheon, harbor for Seoul, the communications hub of Korea. Navy guns and rockets set up a fiery umbrella for the assault forces.
Fearful of mines, the 269-ship fleet was preceded by minesweepers whose Japanese crews were familiar with Incheon's treacherous waters. The night before the landing, MacArthur had told a confidant that Incheon was a tremendous gamble that could lead to a military disaster. But again, he concluded it was worth the risk. In fact, the landing proceeded smoothly, as a French correspondent observed.
I participated in the Incheon landing. Then it was the greatest amazement of my whole life. And then since then, I've seen nothing equivalent to that. In strength, speed, extraordinary organization, you had the feeling that then you understood why the Americans could win the war and why they would win that war.
The North Koreans knew a landing was planned at Incheon, but could do nothing about it. They were committed to a last desperate offensive to finish off UN forces at Pusan. Incheon was only lightly defended.
If the beach had been held with the tenacity of Tarawa or Iwo Jima, even MacArthur's strategic intuition would not have saved.
By the second day, it was clear that the landing was a complete success militarily. Followed by the world's press, MacArthur set off to tour the front.
MacArthur arrived with his entourage. Virtually every admiral and general and attack force was present. A phalanx of reporters and photographers, a convoy of jeeps. MacArthur stepped out wearing his crushed hat, his sunglasses, and his jacket. He gave the impression of being at least 6 feet tall. He always gave that impression. Actually, he was about 5'9". But he still was the dominant figure. There had been a tank infantry fight out in front of them on the road there. In fact, MacArthur was very impressed by the fact that the Marines had knocked out this string of T-34 tanks. You couldn't really see anything where they were looking, but it made for good photography.
The port of Incheon, through which reinforcements and supplies were now flowing, had been devastated by the assault. Its inhabitants suffered most.
Incheon, what I remember of it was just a sea of rubble. I can't remember one stable building. It was just rubble everywhere. And how so many of the people survived, I will never know. I took lots of pictures. Now, don't forget, all these civilians are being liberated by the South Koreans. I think the South Korean soldiers were mad because they shot at anything that moved. And there's all these kids, old ladies, and that, walking along with their hands up because they were terrified of these South Korean soldiers. And I just can't describe how terrifying it was. Even I was a bit scared of them.
As the Marines set off inland towards Seoul, the United Nations Command awaited the effect of the landing on the deadlock further south. Incheon's strategic success became evident as the North Koreans wilted around the Pusan perimeter.
I mean, it was just amazing. We'd go through these fights all night, and shellings all day long. And when we woke up one morning, everything was gone. There was no firing. There was no troops in front of us. There was nothing. It was like a miracle happened. It's just the most unbelievable thing I've ever encountered in my life. Just, you know, one day you're fighting for your life, and the next day you could walk out of the hole and walk all around and nothing would happen. It's just an extraordinary event.
4 days after the landing, the 8th Army began to break out of the Pusan perimeter and quickly went on the attack.
In our particular case, we went across the Naktong paddling, and then the other units went up some of the roads. And we had about the same effect on the scattered North Korean forces that they'd had on us. They essentially were confronted with something they couldn't handle and pretty well came apart. They were no longer an effective fighting unit 5 days after we started breaking. By then, it was very evident the war was over. We began to take hundreds of prisoners with almost no effort. These are people who had fought very hard just a short time before.
In the brutal summer of war, attitudes toward the enemy had hardened.
The Americans behaved in a way which I think is very typical, and I've seen them behaving the same in Vietnam. First of all, you can't understand the Korean War if you don't use the word good. The goods were the good. The goods were not human beings. They were not even communists. They were good. And that, I think, is essential in the behavior of the Americans. They had to dehumanize the enemy, and they succeeded. By calling them goods and by putting them in a category of its own, which didn't belong to anything, then they could forget the harm they might be doing.
As UN forces advanced, North Koreans began to retreat. Some escaped north through the mountains, bypassing the main roads patrolled by UN units. Others stayed behind to form guerrilla bands.
At this difficult time, during the period when we did not know what to do, Marshal Kim Il-sung presented the policy of an organized strategic withdrawal. This delayed the enemy's attack and gained us enough time to save the People's Army. It also allowed us to form reserve troops and to prepare a counterattack.
12 days after the Incheon landing, UN forces linked up. In freeing the forces trapped around Pusan, the landing had been a success. They had fought their way south from Incheon and north from the Pusan perimeter, but they had not achieved their goal of trapping and destroying the North Korean army. In this sense, the landing was a failure. The UN link-up was near the site of the first defeat of U.S. troops 3 months earlier. A survivor recalled what it was like to return.
We were in columns on tanks, we were in trucks, we were moving fast, and as we went back over Osan, where the first battle had been, we sent a detail over to see what had happened. And we found instances where our own wounded had been tied up and bayoneted and killed. There weren't a lot of them, but there were some.
We went into a small city there, and the North Koreans went out the other side as we come in on one side, and they welcomed us, police chief, and so on. And immediately they started digging in some tunnels And while we was there, in maybe 4 or 5 hours, they'd unearthed about, I think we counted about 280-some civilians that had been tied, shot, in some cases tortured.
Retreating North Koreans liquidated many hundreds of civilians who were associated with the Rhee regime, especially the police, members of rightist youth groups, and those who might assist the re-establishment of the southern government. The UN troops fought their way into Seoul against fierce opposition. Many residents fled. Perhaps thousands of civilians were killed in the crossfire and destruction.
There was a heavy bombardment by airstrike, that's by the UN forces, against, I think, the retreating North Korean army. And this crossfire by both. And my house was somehow located in the right middle of that, and there was crossfire for about 2 or 3 nights, and or 2 or 3 days. And I could see shells falling on houses, and they burst into flame and blasting and so forth.
The Americans came with their tanks in front of them. In the sky were planes, and then artillery. On the slope where we were positioned, there had been trees. But after the first day, it all became a sea of fire.
And the enemy had organized the city in considerable depth. Every few hundred yards, there were barricades. The use of tanks was very restricted, channelized. Therefore, the tanks really couldn't spearhead our advance. So it was a matter of moving down the boulevard and taking these barricades one by one.
After several days of hard street fighting, the UN retook the capital. It was not just a military act. MacArthur saw it as a political climax, too. With great ceremony, he reinstated Syngman Rhee as president.
The planning for his reentry was much more careful and much more detailed than that of the Incheon landing. It was a very well thought out operation plan. MacArthur had promised Rhee that he would reoccupy his capital within 3 months of the North Korean invasion. But the plan also provided that Americans were, as much as possible, to stay out of sight. And the only troops that were to be seen were to be South Korean troops, plus many loyal, cheering, flag-waving South Koreans. That was what they wanted to present to the world.
President Rhee entered into a battered city, which was still vulnerable to counterattack.
So we retreated slowly to Uidong on the night of the 25th, and then checked out all the streets. After our reconnaissance, we learned that the Americans were already nearby. So we formed a death squad there, a death squad which I led.
During the ceremony at the ravaged Capitol building, MacArthur handed Seoul back to Syngman Rhee. He did not forget that the president was a Christian.
By the grace of merciful providence, our forces, fighting under the standard of that greatest hope and inspiration of mankind, the United Nations, have liberated this ancient capital city of Korea.
Rhee's speech had been written by his American advisors, and this time he kept to the text. He promised that his government would not conduct a witch hunt.
I walked into this police station outside Seoul, and, with the blue and white flag of international conscience flying on top. And then I
met a woman, I suppose she was in the middle 20s. One of them had the other baby. And they put wood splinters under her fingernails. All because they were alleged to be collaborators. There was no evidence. They were just poor peasants. I think he was ever the North Koreans came in.
On the day that Rhee regained his capital, South Korean troops reached the 38th parallel. MacArthur wanted to move north only when he was ready. Syngman Rhee had other ideas.
Dr. Rhee's lifelong ambition was unification. In order to achieve this, he was willing to overrule orders from MacArthur. On the 1st of October, President Rhee proclaimed, "I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, and can always retrieve the command from MacArthur. Therefore, you must take my orders." That was when our 3rd Division moved across the parallel and took Kisamun. In order to commemorate this day, the 1st of October was designated Armed Forces Day, to commemorate the day when our forces first went into North Korea.
South Korean forces went north. So had 70,000 soldiers of the retreating North Korean army. The UN had hoped to cut off its retreat and destroy it, but had failed. UN troops now dominated South Korea. Truman and the Pentagon had already decided to push north of the 38th parallel, to roll back communism, oust Kim Il-sung, and fulfill the UN goal of a unified Korea. As U.S. forces approached the 38th parallel, Defense Secretary Marshall wired MacArthur, "We want you to feel unhampered tactically and strategically to proceed north of the 38th parallel." He hoped MacArthur would find it militarily necessary to do so before a UN vote. MacArthur responded,
Parallel 38 is not a factor in the military employment of our forces. Unless and until the enemy capitulates, I regard all of Korea open for our military operations.
The question was, having achieved victory, so at the time, do you drive up to the 38th parallel and do you skid to a stop there and let the North Koreans reform and regroup and come back down to attack you again, or do you try to destroy their capabilities? Politically, there was something to be said for having driven them back to the 38th parallel, stopping at the 38th parallel. Quite clearly, militarily, from any reasonable point of view, it would be a very foolish thing to do, because it would merely restore the status quo ante with the possibility of their coming back again.
And there was an enemy in the field that had not declared that it was ready to quit. Apparently was getting set to attack you again. So from a military point of view, it made no sense to give them all the time they needed to do that. And then there was a great temptation to take this opportunity to give effect to the UN resolution for the unification of Korea. And so these two elements combined to authorize General MacArthur to cross the 38th parallel.
As UN troops massed at the North Korean border, Washington sought UN endorsement for its decision to cross it. On October 7th, the General Assembly passed a resolution proposed by Britain which sanctioned the crossing of the parallel. Some U.S. patrols had already done so. The UN had been fighting under a June 27th resolution that recommended assistance to South Korea to resist aggression. The wording in October called for unification and UN-sponsored elections. This meant overthrowing the North Korean regime. China had close ties with the Korean communists and viewed developments with concern. Mao had put a special army on standby. One of the volunteers in China's People's Army remembers the mood.
我记得是在1950年。
It was in September 1950.
那时候我们在一个
I remember we had a meeting one day in a church.
首先我们的政委说
Our political commissar spoke to us. He said, if your neighbor's house caught fire, would you go and help put the fire out?
你们去
We all answered, yes.
大家很多人在那地方
So we all thought that to resist American aggression in Korea was to defend our own country.
是为了保家卫国。
China had good relations with India, and on October 2nd summoned the Indian ambassador to a meeting with Zhou Enlai. Zhou told him, tell your friends that we will intervene in Korea if U.S. forces cross the 38th parallel. Ambassador Panikar, as intended, reported the warning to the U.S.
Very simply stated, we didn't trust Panikar. We thought of Panikar as a pro-communist Indian, fairly or unfairly. That was a widely prevalent view in our government. I had no basis for an independent judgment. The Indian representative in New York with whom I had constant dealings was named Krishna Menon, M-E-N-O-N. He was very seriously affected by the information from Panikar, but alas, we didn't have much more confidence in Menon at that point than we had in Brother Panikar.
The warning went unheeded. 2 days after the UN authorized operations in the north, UN troops advanced in force across the 38th parallel. Rollback was underway. The attempt to reunify Korea had begun.
Well, it was no big deal crossing the 38th parallel. We were moving fast. We always found the faster you moved, the less resistance you ran into. Our regimental commander and the American commanders there pushed us, much like Patton did in World War II. And we drove, and we'd go at night.
It was all a sort of armored gung-ho barreling along the road, going flat out. And of course no one was worrying at all about what you were passing, what you were leaving behind, or occupying the hills. We were always brought up in this business of going for the high ground, picketing the heights, never moving up a road unless you were absolutely certain that on both sides you were safe. Well, of course, this was completely alien to American armored experience, which was just woof up the road.
Some of the bypassed North Koreans took on a new role as guerrillas. On October 14th, North Korean leader Kim Il-sung broadcast an appeal to the defenders of the northern capital, Pyongyang. Do not retreat one step further. Now we have no space in which to fall back. This was designed for consumption by MacArthur and the UN command. There was room to retreat further, into the mountain fastness along the northern border. Kim ordered a withdrawal from Pyongyang.
바로 이렇게 됨으로써 쌍방간에는
So an imbalance of power arose between the two sides, which was to our disadvantage.
바로 이것으로 해서 우리는
This forced us to make a temporary strategic retreat.
아니면 안 되었습니다. 저희가 한국 사단이 우리 사단이
I requested that we, the South Korean 1st Division, be allowed to go to Pyongyang. That was because Pyongyang was the puppets, the enemy's capital, and it would be meaningless in the Korean War for the enemy's capital to have been recaptured without the participation of the Korean Army. So, on the 19th of October, I was on board tank number 1, and we occupied Pyongyang. Each day, we covered 25 kilometers. And there was a friendly competition between the American 1st Cavalry Division and our 1st Division to reach Pyongyang.
And then soon there were shouts of that the war has ended. And people streamed
into the streets. And I was shocked to see so many people still remaining in Pyongyang because most of the people had fled. They had evacuated the city. Then we saw the South Korean army marching in.
In an effort to trap North Korean army and party leaders in Pyongyang, MacArthur mounted an airborne operation. The UN command, however, had very poor intelligence, and the planners of the drop were unaware most North Koreans had withdrawn. The airborne troops did discover some American soldiers who had been prisoners of the North Koreans since the summer battles further south. They recounted their tales to their rescuers.
The first bunch went outside the tunnel, and we heard a lot of firing. Of course, we didn't know what it was. We didn't know it was coming off at all. But my group was the second group, and when we took off, we went outside the tunnel there for a few feet and turned up a ravine there. And we went up there for about 10 feet, and they told us to sit down. Well, we sit down, and then they opened fire on us.
There were about 30 of you?
I didn't even know what was coming off there at first until I heard someone say, "Oh, my God." And then all I could do was just lay down and pray.
You had not been hit yet?
I hadn't been hit right then. And I just laid there, and I felt the first bullet. And I thought I might be hit again, and I just had to lay there and wait.
Where were you hit?
Through the thighs.
Were all those around you killed, as far as you know?
Well, I could hear them moaning, sir.
The North was as brutal to its own dissidents as it was to UN prisoners of war. Just as in the summer, Syngman Rhee's government had imprisoned or killed many thousands of its opponents, so now Kim Il-sung ruthlessly suppressed any opposition to his beleaguered regime.
In Gyeonggi, trials of the officials who were accused of being against Kim Il-sung took place. A general said, "There are unfortunately among us government officials and military officers who are traitors. Traitors who insult the government of our leader, Kim Il-sung. The crisis we face is caused by these traitors who are losing us the war. These treacherous comrades need to disappear. They should be killed."
Wake Island, mid-Pacific, October 15th. Truman met MacArthur for the first time. The president hoped some of the general's success would rub off on his Democrats in midterm elections. And he wanted to ease tensions from an earlier rift over the conduct of the war.
We met at that long table in that shack on Wake Island. Truman was at the end of the table. MacArthur was on his right. Frank Pace and I were on Truman's left. When Truman started going through this 12-point agenda that he had brought along with him on a little piece of notepaper, I became a little concerned that he was going through it so quickly. We were going to get through in a half hour or so, and then that would create the impression that the whole meeting was a fraud. So I wrote a little note to President Truman saying we should take more time on these matters because otherwise we'll throw some doubt on the value of this meeting. And he scribbled on it, "Hell no. I want to get out of here before we get in trouble." So underneath the meeting was the possibility of an explosive relationship there between the two.
But both were cordial, and Truman gave MacArthur a medal. In their talks, Truman asked MacArthur about the possibility of China entering the war. This had concerned him when he authorized MacArthur to cross the 38th parallel.
He was asked at that time whether he felt that the Russians or Chinese would enter the war. And his reply was that he felt that there was very little chance of the Russians entering, only a limited chance of the Chinese, and indicated that if they did, he felt he could handle the situation.
And he seemed not to be concerned about the military impact of a Chinese entry. Now, in fairness to General MacArthur, I think we ought to say that he probably thought that if the Chinese intervened, that we would open up something like general war against China. And he did not envisage that he would be restricted in the actions to be taken against China if they did come into the Korean War.
He also stated that, in answer to a question that, in fact, I posed about the termination of the war, that the war would be over by Thanksgiving and the boys home by Christmas. And I said, would you repeat that, General MacArthur, because that has great implications for our planning. And he repeated it.
As MacArthur was assuring Truman that he could handle the Chinese even if they entered the war, divisions of the Chinese People's Volunteers had begun crossing the Yalu River into North Korea.
We started off in the evening after preparing our rations. It was a pontoon bridge across the Yalu River. Trucks carrying military supplies traveled in the middle, while the soldiers walked on the side. It was a very tense atmosphere. Afterwards, a song was written for this. It goes like this.
UN forces headed for the Yalu River. U.S. intelligence, both the CIA in Washington and MacArthur's intelligence in Tokyo, knew China had the capability to intervene, but both doubted China's intention to do so.
The position in Tokyo, General Willoughby's estimates and so forth, and General MacArthur's thoughts, they were well aware of the Chinese Communist capabilities. In fact, they carried about 38 Chinese armies in the Manchurian area, of which approximately 28 logistically could be supported for immediate commitment into Korea. But the estimates, General MacArthur's feelings, and one may have influenced the other, remember, was that the Chinese would not intervene.
Weeks earlier, MacArthur had divided the UN Army. He pulled much of the Incheon landing force out of the west and sent them around Korea to storm the east coast port of Wonsan and cut off the North Korean retreat. It was to be another dramatic landing like Incheon. But it fizzled. The Marines were late, delayed 3 weeks by mines. South Korean forces had already taken Wonsan, and the North Koreans had escaped north. 10th Corps was given a new objective, advance north toward the Chinese and Soviet borders. MacArthur now had 2 separate thrusts heading north. This separation was to prove a tactical blunder.
He divided his forces into 2 or 3 different prongs. They were not in a position to give each other mutual support. Well, the Joint Chiefs were concerned about this deployment of his forces, but were reluctant to take it up with MacArthur because the Joint Chiefs had not been enthusiastic about the Incheon landing, and that had been a brilliant success. And so they were reluctant to do backseat driving from Washington on tactical matters.
Remember when I first arrived at 10th Corps headquarters, I said, how do I called my colleagues back in Seoul, and they said, there's no way, you have to go through Tokyo. And I said, how can that be? This is a war, this is a front. There was never physical contact made, as far as I know, between those two armies, between the 8th Army and the 10th Corps. I know that today they were supposed to have a rendezvous somewhere in the middle. I think one side got there first, and the other one never met them.
By late October, MacArthur was so sure of victory that some units were ordered to turn in ammunition and prepare to return to Japan. There had even been rumors of a victory parade through Tokyo. On October 24th, MacArthur ordered U.S. and other UN units to proceed to the northern frontiers of Korea, the border with China and Russia. His orders from Washington in September were to use only South Korean troops near the border. MacArthur changed this, and the Joint Chiefs did nothing to stop him. South Koreans spearheaded the UN advance, determined to be the first to the border. They were in for a surprise by the Chinese.
It was deep in the rear of the enemy line. I stayed with 3 men a little behind, waiting for the others to reconnoiter in front. We hid ourselves in the hills to avoid being discovered by enemy aircraft. We remained motionless the whole day, from morning till nightfall.
Our leading battalion was hit by the Chinese. They got themselves into a defile without proper security, and they were opened up from all 4 sides, and that battalion was decimated, followed by the battalion in the rear, which then turned tail, because all of a sudden everybody knew we were fighting Chinese, and that scared everybody.
Oh, surprises. No word for it. I mean, we were told that we were just going up to set up a position and hold it open so that the rocks could withdraw down through it. We had no idea that anybody else was coming into the war.
Surprised UN soldiers hoping to be home by Christmas were now prisoners of war. For 14 days, the 8th Army was attacked by Chinese and North Korean units that had infiltrated behind their lines. Frontline troops knew they were fighting the regular Chinese army, but Far East Command in Tokyo was unconvinced.
They would not immediately recognize the very real evidence that we had across the front that the Chinese were already into the war. And we were getting identifications. We knew who these Chinese were. We knew that what army they belonged to, what division they belonged to. And it was hard for us to accept the fact that Tokyo did not recognize it.
MacArthur did recognize Chinese involvement, but did not see it as a threat. He reassured Washington on November 4th, saying the Chinese had sent volunteers, that it was too late for a major intervention, that China might be saving face by showing some support for its North Korean allies. But the next day, MacArthur acted as if the Chinese were a threat. He ordered an air campaign to lay waste the Korean side of the border and the bridges the Chinese were crossing. Truman saw this as a clear violation of the orders to stay well clear of the border, and he prohibited airstrikes within 5 miles unless MacArthur's forces were in immediate danger. MacArthur was furious, and on November 6th cabled that his forces were indeed in immediate danger. It had been only 2 days since his reassuring cable downplaying the threat. Washington relented and authorized bombing the Korean ends of the Yalu bridges. On November 8th, MacArthur's lay waste campaign began in earnest. The air war escalated in November. Sophisticated Soviet-made MiG fighters began crossing over from China to intercept bombers attacking the Yalu bridges. MacArthur wanted to chase them into China and destroy their bases. But Truman was worried about retaliation against American carriers and bases in Japan. He was concerned about a wider war. So were the Allies. Truman vetoed the hot pursuit of enemy planes into China and considered stopping UN troops at the narrow neck of North Korea, well short of the Yalu River. MacArthur cabled back.
I recommend with all the earnestness I possess that we press on to complete victory, which I believe can be achieved if our determination and indomitable will do not desert us.
As Washington pondered MacArthur's request, the Chinese attacks suddenly stopped. On November 6th, the Chinese faded away from the battlefield and back into the mountains. An intelligence summary that day estimated 30,000 to 40,000 Chinese south of the Yalu. Washington did not change MacArthur's orders, and UN forces continued north. On November 21st, a U.S. advance party reached the Yalu River. The lull in the battle was reassuring.
I was very optimistic about the war at that point because we had been notified that we would be home for Christmas. It was a promise made to us by General MacArthur. We had also sent back most of our equipment, put it in Cosmoline, sent it back to the rear because they said we wouldn't need it. The only thing left to do was to knock out a few North Korean pockets. We'd be on our way. So everybody was pretty happy at that point. And we just knew, hey, home by Christmas, you know. So we were anxious to get it over with.
MacArthur's End the War offensive was scheduled to begin November 24th, the day after Thanksgiving. U.S. troops celebrated in style. A CBS correspondent radioed this Thanksgiving Day report.
This Thanksgiving Day was sparkled with rumors of possible peace in Korea. The first suggestions trickled in over the wires before dawn this morning. Since then, they have gained circulation but little weight. There are a certain number of facts behind the rumors. There has been the unexplained withdrawal of the Chinese troops. UN forces advanced anywhere from 1 to 5 miles all along the front again today, but still didn't run into much opposition.
We were on the south bank of the Changchun River. That's northeast of Kunuri, a few miles. We had turkey and all the trimmings. It was a very pleasant day, a very pleasant autumn afternoon day, the kind of day that you think of at home with football and the turkey and whatnot. I remember the day very well.
MacArthur flew to the front lines to witness the final offensive to solidify the border and trap the enemy forces. He shared his confidence with a UN representative.
He felt that the hostilities were virtually at an end, and he thought that the Soviet Union was staying out of it. He thought that the Chinese would not intervene in greater strength, that they had realized that they were in no position to stand up to the United States and the other countries contributing forces.
The day after Thanksgiving, UN forces resumed their march, separated by 50 miles of rugged mountains. In the west, the 8th Army pushed toward the Yalu. In the east, the Marines advanced to the Changjin Reservoir they knew as Chosin. In the mountains surrounding the UN forces were 300,000 Chinese and North Korean troops.
I had a pair of field glasses, and I and Captain Duty, standing on a tank, looked down there, and we could see the town, the Yalu River. And as I recall, we were 14 miles away. And we knew it was all downhill. There wasn't going to be any enemy. And we would be the first to get to the Yalu River, the 21st Infantry. Just then, we got a call on the radio from our battalion commander telling us to turn around and come back. All I can tell you is that the Chinese have entered the war.
On November 26th, the waiting Chinese and North Koreans poured out of the mountains and fell upon the UN forces advancing in the west.
They were attacking us in hundreds, thousands, as if running to their deaths. In truth, this is the way it was. They were encircling us. Naturally, it was very difficult to break out of their encirclement. They were fighting from very close quarters.
How shall I say, both we and the Chinese suffered enormous casualties. There was so much blood that it ran like rivulets in a thunderstorm. That was a great battle.
9th Corps, consisting of 3 U.S. divisions, was trying to make its way south through the mountain passes before it was cut off. The U.S. 2nd Division tried to break out due south through the pass above Cunaree. The Chinese had occupied the high ground and were waiting for the Americans. British troops trying to hold open the southern end of the pass could only watch as disaster unfolded.
These vehicles were on this very narrow road. I mean, a marvelous track, really, with high hills on one side and a sort of falling away escarpment on the other. The enemy had clearly, through that night, infiltrated these hills and set up roadblocks and everything. And as the trucks came forward, the firing increased, until it brought it to a halt.
And at that point, we got to the roadblock behind us. The road was absolutely clogged with burned out trucks, burned out tanks, anti-aircraft guns, mobile guns. There was no way of getting any equipment through.
And when this shocking ambush took place, they panicked. They tried to crash through in vehicles. And on the icy roads that led to crash after crash, they were running over their own wounded, their own dead at times. There were some very bad instances of, I can remember Americans coming away from that area saying, I quit.
At that point, we formed as much of a perimeter as we could and began to hold off as well as we could, to the point that when the Chinese were coming in an onslaught, the artillery was withdrawn back, and what few guns we had, I think there were about 4 left, was leveled straight out and firing point blank until we ran out of ammunition totally.
Then, Captain Shadish was captured by the Chinese. So was Sergeant Adams.
During the capture, when I was first face-to-face with the Chinese, there was really no fear, no deep fear. It was too much excitement going on. I didn't have time to just really be scared. But I was worried about what would happen next. I think those sort of things. And like, I got the feeling at one point, if this is it, this is it. If I'm going to die here, I guess I'll have to die here. I don't want to, but if this is it, this is it. And you also be thinking, like, the sooner I'm dead, the sooner I'll be out of this mess.
The retreat which ensued was a terrible reflection on the American troops, mainly because it was their war, and they used the bug-out system of retreat, where they simply abandoned all of the food, the fuel, the vehicles that they couldn't take with them, and they tried to hit the roads as hard as they could and crash through.
10th Corps in the east was ordered to help the beleaguered 8th Army in the west, where MacArthur believed the Chinese were concentrated. He was right. But there were still 100,000 Chinese in the east. They surrounded and attacked 10th Corps. The units so successful at Incheon were now trapped. In 2 days, the entire UN position had been thrown into chaos. UN had tried to roll back communism. Now the communists were rolling back UN armies. MacArthur cabled Washington.
We face an entirely new war.
This program was made possible by the financial support of viewers like you. For a printed transcript, send $5 to Journal Graphics, 267 Broadway, New York, New York, 10007. To order by credit card, call 212-227-READ. Please specify Korea. There is no substitute for victory.
This is PBS.
The following program was made possible by the financial support of viewers like you.
Good morning, everybody, although it's not a good morning for the United Nations Army in Korea or the cause of democracy throughout the world. General MacArthur has announced a brand new war against 200,000 Chinese communist troops who right now are rolling back American, British, Turkish, and South Korean forces in the most serious UN retreat of the war. These developments have come with stunning suddenness in the past few hours, resulting in a communique from MacArthur's headquarters, which is perhaps the gravest document of its kind since World War II. It makes news so serious that all other developments this morning, storms, domestic politics, seem minor indeed by comparison.
In the savage early winter of 1950, United Nations forces in North Korea were reeling from an overwhelming Chinese and North Korean attack. Their retreat was to change the fate of the Korean people and shake the confidence of the West.
Having dealt with a very difficult war, we all were of a mind that it was over. And when we had a sense now that maybe it had only begun and that we had to start back from where we were, of all the things that happened in the Korean War, I would have to say that may have been the thing that stood me on end more than anything else.
Mao Zedong's People's Republic of China, in existence for only a year, had come to the aid of North Korea, as theatrically reconstructed here. The Chinese slogan was, "Resist America, aid Korea." It was a battle both to defend their border and to help old comrades in arms, the Korean communists.
为了把美国人赶出朝鲜去，不需要
We were fighting to drive the Americans out of Korea, to stop their intervention in the affairs of Asia.
他们都是这样的。
This great goal inspired us with heroism and self-sacrifice, and we would look death unflinchingly in the face when we threw ourselves into battle.
视死如归。希望我们在那个路
Our
上
common greeting in Korea when we met, especially among old comrades, was not, "How are you?"
打招呼的问题
But have you died yet?
How are you？ 你说他什么呢？说你 Have you died yet？
In the autumn of 1950, 100,000 UN and South Korean troops split forces to occupy North Korea. By late October, advance elements had reached the Chinese border. Facing what they perceived as a threat to their security, the Chinese crossed the Yalu River and attacked the two UN armies divided by mountains. The Chinese had joined forces with the regrouped North Korean army and tens of thousands of guerrillas. General MacArthur, commanding UN forces from Tokyo, had discounted indications of this buildup. The attack, when it came, was a stunning blow that threw the UN forces into headlong retreat.
At the White House in Washington, top defense officials of the nation gathered to discuss the gravest world crisis since Poland and Pearl Harbor. The flagrant aggression of Chinese communist troops in Korea arouses the country's ire. With the North Korean bandits well under control and with the promise that UN troops would be withdrawn, the unexpected entry of 300,000 Red Chinese across the Manchurian border may well precipitate World War III.
We are fighting in Korea for our own national security and survival. We have committed ourselves to the cause of a just and peaceful world order through the United Nations. We stand by that commitment.
The crisis deepened when Truman revealed that the use of the atom bomb was being considered. He implied the decision was up to MacArthur. Concerned White House staffers called Paul Nitze at state.
I was told that the president, Mr. Truman, had just said that he would rely upon a recommendation from General MacArthur as to whether or not to use nuclear weapons in Korea. And that was totally contrary to policy. And they asked me what should be done about it. And I said, well, I would suggest that that section of the record of the press conference be cized. And they said, we agree with you. And I suggested some other language which would be substituted.
Consideration of the use of any weapon is always implicit in the very possession of that weapon. However, it should be emphasized that by law, only the President can authorize the use of the atom bomb, and no such authorization has been given.
So that's the way the record was changed. But all the press had been there, and they'd all heard what the President actually had said. So that by the time the press conference was over, we got word that Mr. Attlee was going to take the plane and was on his way to Washington.
America's allies were alarmed, and British Prime Minister Clement Attlee hurried to Washington.
My aim in these talks is to align our policies in the new and troubled situation in the world and to find the means of upholding what we both know to be right.
In their talks, Attlee told Truman extending the war to China would lose America the support of her allies. Truman agreed to consult him if atomic bombs were to be used. But a key advisor says Truman never seriously considered their use.
I have never seen any evidence, and I was present with President Truman in most of these meetings. I've never seen any indication that he was prepared to turn this into a nuclear war of any sort. Among other things, we had only a limited number of nuclear weapons. The A-bomb we dropped on Nagasaki was the only one we had in stock at that moment. And I think President Truman and the Joint Chiefs of Staff wanted to keep such a small inventory as we had in reserve in case there were major problems with the Soviet Union, say, in Europe. So he had no inclination to go down the nuclear trail in this situation.
High in the mountains of North Korea, the UN forces were in deep trouble. surrounded by Chinese. Army troops of the U.S. 7th Division and 15,000 U.S. Marines were cut off at the Changjin Reservoir, a place they knew as Chosin. Frozen Chosin.
The first inclination that one gets is when you're surrounded, well, you're going to be attacked from all directions, and the Chinese didn't disappoint us. They hit us at night, they hit us in the day, and they hit us in every direction that they could possibly do it. The numbers that they had were tremendous. That's when they had their charges, and manpower to them was unimportant. They didn't care how many men that they lost or anything. They just sent them against our lines until they were either killed, wounded, or there just weren't enough of them to continue the attack.
When I was in the Chinese army, the communists told us that the Americans could not fight. They were soft, wealthy boy soldiers, and when they marched, they needed quilts on the ground. We outnumbered them 10 to 1. The American bullets were not as numerous as our Chinese men.
To beleaguered Americans, the Chinese seemed superhuman, but captured prisoners revealed appalling hardship. Unable to light fires because of air attack, they slept out in temperatures that fell far below zero.
When we reached North Korea, it was much, much colder than mainland China. A lot of people I knew lost their hands, some lost their ears, and even their feet because of the cold.
The Marines also froze. Exhausted by constant night attacks, soldiers simply slept in the snow. Frostbite claimed more victims than the fighting. Isolated in small defensive pockets, the Marines were pinned down by Chinese troops and North Korean guerrillas. But they discovered a higher toll among Army units located to the east of the reservoir.
Went on to the ice, and I remember coming upon some of the fellows from the 7th Division. They were lying on the ice, and the warmth of their body had melted in their clothing into the ice, and we had to use our bayonets to chip and chop the ice out underneath them so that we could drag them and bring them back into the American lines. Well,
in 33 years in Asia, and having attended or participated in 4 wars, I can't recall anything as serious as this experience was. And there were times when I felt more like a Marine than I did a correspondent. All of my instincts wanted me to get out of there, or told me to get the hell out of there, fly out.
At Syngman Rhee, the Marines blasted out an emergency airstrip. The most seriously wounded were airlifted to South Korea and Japan. The Air Force offered to evacuate all personnel, but this would have meant abandoning equipment, and the Marines decided to fight their way out overland. Whatever couldn't be taken was destroyed. Nothing was left to help the enemy.
Syngman Rhee, we were attacked successively by 2 Chinese divisions, which meant that we were outnumbered perhaps 15 to 1. We had numbers of advantages, though. First, our supporting arms were much better than the Chinese. Second, our communications were much better. Third, a although we were cold and miserable, we were less cold and miserable than the Chinese. Of course, we had aviation and lots of it.
Air power was a decisive factor. American planes ranged virtually unchallenged over North Korea, bombing and strafing at will. The air cover, along with help from the Army's 7th and 3rd Divisions, enabled the Marines to break out. They escaped south toward the coast in an orderly retreat. The discipline of the Marine officers made an impression on their troops.
They were inspirational. You never wondered where your CO was. You never wondered where the leadership was. It was there. They were confident. They did not panic.
By mid-December, the relieved survivors had reached the relative safety of the coast. Of 15,000 Marines, some 3,000 were dead and 7,000 wounded. But their ordeal was over. Meanwhile, across the mountains in the west, shaken UN forces beat a hasty retreat in what became known as bug-out fever. Some units panicked, but all hurried south as fast as their vehicles could carry them, faster than the Chinese and North Korean forces could pursue.
There was no doubt that the general view of the people in the Argylls who knew about strategy, etc., was that the whole army was retreating unnecessarily fast. And they felt, and this was just their opinion, that when the main bulk of the American army had come in, they'd all gone absolutely gung-ho for the north, and you couldn't see them for dust. They swept past the battalion, waving cheerfully, and wondering why the poor old Argylls were plodding along with their pipers as they went past. And after a few weeks, I think it was, the same Argylls were still plodding northwards when the whole caravan came from the north, going equally fast to the south, and passed by as if all the devils in hell were behind them.
On December the 5th, the U.S. 8th Army abandoned Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea, to the Communists. The city was largely destroyed, the result of bombing and systematic demolition by retreating UN forces. Their 7-week occupation was over, the only occasion a communist capital has ever been held by the West. North Korean newsreel film shows the returning People's Army receiving a warm welcome from the population. But not everyone chose to remain under the rule of Kim Il-sung. Many residents left with the retreating UN army and have been separated from their families to this day.
One morning we found out that they all retreated to the other side of the river, which flows in the middle of the Pyongyang city. So we started coming out, and lots of people crossed the river with some kind of a boat made with the empty drums, and they came down to cross the river.
Thousands fled Pyongyang, some crawling across shattered bridges in freezing temperatures. Refugees with no homes, no animals, and little food. Some say they simply feared for their survival, others that they left to escape communism.
My sense is that this was, in fact, an act of voting by peace. The Communist Party in North Korea had made a great number of mistakes. In some ways, they were very radical in instituting reforms of communist variety. They had persecuted Christianity and other forms of religion. And people simply did not find the Communist Party to their liking. And they, therefore, fled the scene.
It could hardly be said that the South, under the government of Syngman Rhee, was a haven of democracy and civil rights. As the UN fell back, anti-communist vigilantes and the Korean National Police rounded up anyone suspected of holding left-wing sympathies. Political prisoners, forced to wear traditional straw masks identifying them as criminals, were marched off to detention. Western correspondents reported how many were beaten, tortured, and sometimes executed. In North Korea today, in Sinchon County near the border, there is a memorial to atrocities against civilians. North Korea claims that here, as UN forces pulled out in early December 1950, 102 small children were incarcerated in an unused ammunition store. They were separated from their mothers, who refused to reveal the whereabouts of men from the village. The memorial says 2 children survive. One is Kim Young-ja.
After a while, I heard a lot of talking outside. Then some black objects flew in through the ventilation hole and started to explode with loud bangs. They were hand grenades. The children who were sitting on the floor, pleading for their mothers and for water, disappeared altogether. And on the floor, their heads, arms, legs, and torsos were rolling about. The walls were splattered with children's flesh and blood.
North Korea provides this wartime film of Sinchon and its evidence of the massacre of children there. A few Western historians have heard of the event, but can add no details. It is not clear who controlled the area at the time. But North Korea's witness has no doubt who was responsible.
My heart hurts so much whenever I come here. I lost my mother and my father through the Americans. I can never forget. And I renew my resolution to get revenge on the Americans, 100 and 1,000-fold.
The murder of innocent civilians by both sides was a tragic theme that recurred throughout the Korean War.
The North Koreans committed very serious atrocities in the South when they left. And they committed atrocities again when their rule was reimposed or when their officials came back to their native territories. And the atrocities were mainly imposed on people thought to be collaborators with the regime. Many of them were killed or put on trial. We know this because Kim Il-sung and the high leadership had to intervene to stop it because it was getting out of hand. One can imagine in a civil war these things happening. It happened in the American Civil War time and time again. But of course, in the West, we tend to think that it was the North Koreans who were the most atrocious and the South Koreans who were bad and the Americans didn't do anything. But in fact, all 3 parties committed unforgivable atrocities.
At the depth of the retreat, just as UN forces withdrew over the 38th parallel back into South Korea, the commander of the 8th Army, General Walton Walker, was killed in a collision with a South Korean.
He skidded at a bend on an icy road. He'd overturned off the road and he was killed instantly. I was following with some colleagues, BBC colleagues, Lenny Cuthbert and Phil Page, and we jumped out, attempted at first to check whether we could give assistance, but that was not possible.
Walker was held responsible by some for the hasty retreat, but his death was a severe blow to the Americans and underlined the deep despondency on the UN side. On Christmas Eve on the eastern coast, the last UN forces were evacuated from the North Korean port of Hungnam. U.S. military engineers prepared to demolish the city. The departure of U.S. forces from the north concluded an episode which Secretary of State Dean Acheson described as the United States' worst military defeat for a century. But at Hungnam, the communists inherited a wasteland. The fortune of UN forces, however, was about to improve. The new commander in Korea was General Matthew Ridgway, a tough paratrooper and D-Day veteran. He left his family at Christmas and flew immediately to the front. Ridgway was to prove a remarkable commander, methodical, combative, and inspirational. His personal pilot was Mike Lynch.
Ridgway was probably the bravest man I've ever met. On one occasion, as an example, we took a town by ourselves. We flew in, landed in the middle of the town, got out, and then met the 1st Cavalry Division as it was coming down the road.
Ridgway wanted to show that he was a fighting soldier, ready to meet the enemy man to man if necessary.
General Ridgway, he used to walk around with 2 grenades put into his top pockets. We called him Tin Tits, and there wasn't going to be no bugger for him. He was going north.
Ridgway faced an enormous challenge to restore confidence and fighting spirit in his defeated army. Morale among retreating South Korean and American soldiers had reached a low ebb. On New Year's Eve, the communists launched a massive fresh offensive. The UN had already fallen back 200 miles. Now it retreated 70 miles further south to the 37th parallel. Seoul fell to the communists on the 4th of January, the 3rd time the South Korean capital had changed hands in the war. Like Pyongyang, Seoul was badly damaged, its population reduced to a tenth its peacetime level. North Korean troops occupied the center of the city. UN forces resisted, only to cover their withdrawal south.
A common-sense military strategy to fight us in order to recapture Seoul would have been for them to move south of the Han River to set up their defense line there. But instead, the enemy simply retreated in one go to the Suwon line 20 miles further south. This indicates the intensity of our pursuit and the enemy's lack of strength to defend from the bank of the Han River.
It was less than 4 months since MacArthur had staged his triumphant landing at Incheon. Now the fort was evacuated without fanfare and torch.
The next morning, we joined the retreating forces going south, and it was one of the most depressing days of my life. I had been in World War II, and I was used to victorious American troops. Here was a defeated army coming south. 2 lines of jeep, truck, tanks moving rapidly down the road. But what sticks in my mind is the South Koreans who were also fleeing south. There was no room for them on the road, so they walked along the side of the road. Old men, babies, children, mothers, carrying what they had on their back, bitterly cold, below zero. And the sound, when the vehicles would stop, it was actually a moan, a human sound of dejection, suffering coming from that single line that was going south.
I remember being on the south bank of the Han River. It was a very cold day, and asking the general if he would good general and good friend. I said, well, where do we go from here? And he wrote with his finger in the dust on the gate, "Get the hell out of Korea," and rubbed it off. And that's the way an awful lot of it, that's the way an awful lot of it felt. Because we had victory within our grasp, and the Chinese entry into the war.
By late January, Ridgway had seen enough to act. He made a number of determined moves to restore morale and combat effectiveness. In a marked departure from past tactics, troops were ordered off the roads and into the hills. Ridgway fired many top officers and instituted a policy of sharp, aggressive patrolling to reestablish contact with the enemy. One of the first units given a chance to counterattack was the Turkish Brigade, badly mauled by the Chinese 2 months earlier. The Turks were tough soldiers and keen to take the offensive.
All the men fix their bayonets, and with their rifles under their arms, they shout, "Allah, Allah." This raises morale, saying the name of God, Allah. In this manner, they run 35 meters toward the enemy positions.
The Turks were renowned among the other UN forces for their fearsome bayonets, which they employed to lethal effect in hand-to-hand combat.
The design of the Turkish bayonet is very important. It is both thick and durable. The grooves on both sides of the bayonet are deep. As a result, an air pocket is created, and the bayonet can be pulled out easily. The American bayonets, on the other hand, are made very thin and have shallow grooves. Therefore, when the bayonet enters the human body, the flesh clamps tight around it. It is impossible to pull it out unless one fires a live bullet.
Another part of Ridgway's strategy was relentless use of artillery to keep the communists pinned down. His philosophy became known as the meat grinder, exploiting the UN's superior equipment to inflict maximum casualties on the other side.
What endeared General Ridgway to us was his immediate recognition of the problem, this great weight of Chinese forces against us that could advance and knock us out of the way, but did not have very good directional and staying power once they'd started an attack. And so he went round personally saying to people, "Now, boys, we are going to roll with the punches. I'm not going to expend a lot of lives on holding a particular piece of Korean real estate. This was music to our ears. This was exactly the right tactic. You rolled with a punch. You took the Chinese weight of attack on, let it diminish in weight, and then you counterattack with your superior mobility on the ground and weight of weapons in the air."
An American pilot, decorated for his service later, recalled the air war.
We had 500-pound bombs. You carry those. We carried some 1,000-pound bombs. We carried high-velocity aircraft rockets, 5-inch rockets. We did a lot of napalm work where you carried droppable fuel tanks loaded with napalm. You came in on what we called a nape scrape, which is where you came in so low you were almost flying into the targets if you were going to put napalm on. You could strafe targets on the ground. You could bomb them. You could napalm them. You could rocket them. And there's quite a variety of weapons we could bring to bear on either frontline positions of the enemy or on support structures back, such as bridges or trucks or supply columns.
Napalm, jellied fuel, was a favored and effective Air Force weapon. More than 40 million gallons were dropped in the Korean War. Those who survived cannot forget its effects.
The Americans frequently attacked a bridge in my village. One day, I was among a group of 30 peasants reconstructing this bridge. Suddenly, an aircraft appeared and dropped napalm bombs on us. Many houses were burnt, and the peasants on the reconstruction were all killed by the flames. I was the only survivor. When I opened my eyes, my whole body was on fire.
But to UN troops facing masses of charging Chinese, napalm was often a lifesaver.
It is one of those things which, in time of peace, people are apt to wring their hands over and agonize over, but I can tell you right now that if you've got 2,000 people coming up a hill at you, the spine of a hill at you, and their aim is to kill you, destroy you, you are only too ready, and I was certainly only too ready, to call down napalm onto columns of that sort to knock them out. The adrenaline is flowing in one's veins. It is a question of self-survival.
American firepower made an impressive spectacle, here laid on for John Ford directing a Hollywood morale booster.
For John Ford's purposes, we were allowed to burn the village. And so we did. We made an attack against the village. So it was empty, of course, didn't hurt anybody. But we did a full-fledged assault with all the things that we would do using flamethrowers and mortar shells and machine guns and all the rest of it. And this is some of the most stirring footage in that film, is this full flaming assault of the village, which was done purely for John Ford.
This action was staged, but it was little different from what took place on a daily basis in villages throughout Korea. Often the victims were bystanders, helplessly caught up in the conflict.
I often thought to myself that the North Koreans were like ghosts. They passed over the countryside and left no mark on it in many ways. But when you use the rock crusher techniques of the American Army, you hurt your friends. And that was true in Vietnam as well as in Korea.
North Korean tactics relied less on massive firepower. They did include guerrilla units, which blurred the distinction between military and civilian. A future British defense minister remembers his unease at the consequences.
The thing that perhaps shook me more than anything was to see people in extreme danger, certainly, just shooting other people indiscriminately, and even shooting civilians. Now, it wasn't to blame people for doing that, because it was a perfectly well-known ploy of the enemy to dress as civilians and then to turn and shoot you. But I must say, going to a village and seeing soldiers shooting people that they hadn't proved were enemies, although I accept it was necessary, and I wouldn't have dreamt of saying otherwise, was a horrible expression of how unacceptable war is. And that's something that people who watch war on television should bear in mind.
By early March, UN forces were back at the Han River just south of Seoul. The tide of war had turned once again, and now it was the communists who relinquished their gain. Under round-the-clock bombardment, Chinese logistics were stretched to the limit, and Peng Dehuai, their commander, returned home to inform Mao Zedong that outright victory was not a realistic hope. On March 14th, the UN recaptured Seoul. It was the final occasion the capital changed hands. The city was physically and economically shattered. The starving population was reduced to lining up for relief supplies of rice. military situation improved for the UN, but General MacArthur was increasingly disaffected with Washington's policy of containment, which Ridgway was so effectively implementing. MacArthur still wanted to widen the war to China, as he confided one day to an astonished French journalist.
Very simple. This was simple. And we all know it. It's 5 atom bombs. You drop them on the top of the 5 main Chinese cities. And if you do that, the Russians will know that this is in business, and they will do it in Russia. And that will end the war. But nobody will end that war if we don't do something like that. I was trembling with not so much, of course, there were very, very wide statements at the time. But what made me tremble was not the statements in themselves, but the fact that they were addressed to me in such a casual way that I was meeting with General Wilson, to give me only 10 minutes, then he kept me an hour, then he got all excited, and as a kind of Dr. Folamour in a horror picture, he went on sort of in a mad speech, which I amazed.
MacArthur wanted to widen the war to China with atomic bombs in order to win the war in Korea. These were not the policies in Washington.
Well, Washington did not want a general war with China. It would have been a very costly war. We would have had to remobilize our forces so soon after World War II, which would have presented very great political difficulties. And so there was no taste for a larger war against China. The bombing of China to have any effect at all would have had to been general devastation through nuclear weapons, and President Truman was not prepared to do that.
But was Truman prepared to use the bomb, not like MacArthur, to win the war, but to prevent the UN's defeat? Recently declassified documents suggest to some scholars that in the spring of '51 he was.
Truman and Atchison and other advisors were giving very serious consideration to attacking mainland China. Should the Chinese bring in big reinforcements in Korea and maybe threaten to push us off the peninsula? This included taking steps such as issuing an order to hit Chinese cities with atomic bombs and transferring the nuclear cores, which the President had always kept with the Atomic Energy Commission, to military commanders. The reason they were kept, of course, was so the President would have complete control over these things. Sand pits for the bombs on Okinawa, Guam were refurbished. Much of this was done so that the Chinese could see it, I think. But the idea that MacArthur was the only person who thought of extending the war to the mainland is false.
Shortly after the UN retook Seoul, MacArthur was informed that Truman was planning a secret initiative to start truce talks with the Chinese. He saw such a move as defeated and countered with his own public peace offer, which was tantamount to a demand for unconditional communist surrender. For the President, it was the last straw. From then on, Truman was looking for an excuse to remove the troublesome general. He soon found one. A letter MacArthur had written to Republican leader Joseph Martin, criticizing administration policy.
I've thought long and hard about this question of extending the war in Asia. I've discussed it many times with the ablest military advisors in the country. I believe with all my heart that the course we are following is the best course. A number of events have made it evident that General MacArthur did not agree with that policy. I have therefore considered it essential to relieve General MacArthur so that there would be no doubt or confusion as to the real purpose and aim of our policy.
The storm which has been brewing between Washington and General MacArthur finally breaks with the news that the Supreme Commander has been dismissed by President Truman. Members of the press leave the conference in Washington to release the world-shaking story which will affect international policy in every capital.
I sat with President Truman on a number of meetings in which this matter was discussed. His attitude was that there are 1 million Americans who can be president as well as I can be. But damn it all, I'm president. And I'm not going to turn this office over to my successor with its prerogatives impaired by an American general. In my own mind, I have no doubt that that was the central idea in Truman's mind when he relieved General MacArthur.
Secretary of the Army Frank Pace was in Korea, and he informed General Ridgway that he was now in command. Then they went to Tokyo. Pace was burdened with the duty of delivering the news to MacArthur. He was spared. MacArthur had heard it on the radio.
And an apocryphal story grew up in the Pacific that the AP had said, "What would you have done?" To which I replied, "No problem." Presidential order, I'd commandeered the first plane. I'd have flown directly to Tokyo. After hours, I knew General MacArthur in his quarters. I'd have commandeered the first vehicle. I would have driven there immediately. I would have rushed to his quarters, rung the bell, shoved the orders under the door, and run like hell.
Truman's action was deeply unpopular in America. MacArthur returned home for the first time in 13 years to a delirious reception.
It's hard to remember what a giant figure MacArthur was in his relief. Hard to remember the almost passionate heroism, or contrary-wise, the degree to which Mr. Truman was treated as inadequate, inappropriate, wrong, a dwarf, burned in effigy. And yet, it's one of the great fascinations of history that has come to be regarded as one of the outstanding achievements of his entire administration. You'd have to have lived in that time, particularly I, who had participated in this process, to understand the enormous violence of feeling that was involved as this great hero was released.
Paradoxically, the sacking was MacArthur's finest hour. He had long considered himself a potential Republican presidential candidate. Now, for a moment, the ambition seemed achievable.
The world has turned over many times since I took the oath on the plain at West Point. The hopes and dreams have long since vanished. But I still remember the refrain of one of the most popular barrack ballads of that day, which proclaimed most proudly that old soldiers never die. They just fade away. Like the old soldier of that ballad. I now close my military career and just fade away. An old soldier who tried to do his duty as God gave him the light to see that duty. Goodbye.
As the quip went, there wasn't a dry eye on the Republican side or a dry seat on the Democrats. MacArthur's political hopes came to nothing, but his Korean allies truly missed him.
그 사람의 퇴직은 국민으로서뿐만 아니라
Both as a Korean and a soldier, I deeply regretted the sacking of General MacArthur, for an important opportunity for unification of Korea was lost.
The new field commander in Korea was General James Van Fleet. Ridgway rose to take MacArthur's place in Japan. Van Fleet was a battle-hardened fighter, not known to pull his punches.
I knew I had a good command under good leaders and enough power, both artillery and air, and it was flexible. I could move it about to hit the concentrations of the enemy as they provided the target.
General Van Fleet was a big man, genial man, very bluff, big hand. And I guess he was one of those Army men who just likes to fight. I remember his public relations officer telling me one day, he said his public relations officer was a rather mild-mannered man, and he came back, he said, I went over to see the general this morning, and he looked out the window. I said, boy, what a beautiful day out there. What a great day for fighting.
the Chinese were preparing an all-out spring offensive. It began on the 22nd of April, 1951. Over the following days, the UN line in the west was pushed back as much as 50 miles, and Seoul was threatened yet again. Van Fleet decided to stand firm and hold the capital.
Now, when I had made that decision, Ridgway came over from Tokyo to say, Van, you've got to get across the river. The people in Washington are worried that you'll be destroyed, and they've asked me to come over and talk it over with you. I said, Matt, this is the finest battlefield you can fight on. You can't find a better one. I'm prepared to, and I'm confident I can hold.
It was one of the heaviest battles of the war. The Chinese and North Koreans threw some 500,000 men against well-defended positions. Overwhelmed by sheer numbers, UN troops were forced to make a series of prepared retreats.
The Chinese army at this stage imagined that they had nothing between them and Seoul and a clear run in that direction. But at Kapyong, they met the 3rd Battalion of the Royal Australian Regiment astride the road. They had to clear this battalion out of the road because they needed the road as a supply line to maintain a force further. And so they turned round and attacked the 3rd Battalion. They attacked it all that night and all the next day, and the battalion didn't give ground. The ground wasn't important, but what was important was the fact that they bought 24 hours in which the United Nations Command had time to reposition a force in the path of the Chinese and Seoul didn't fall.
It was a close call. The communists reached the suburbs of the city, but suffered enormous casualties under the onslaught of UN artillery and airstrikes. North of Seoul, on the Imjin River, the British 29th Brigade, which included the Northumberland Fusiliers, the Royal Ulster Rifles, and the Gloucestershire Regiment, were paying the price of defending the capital. Ordered to hold their ground, the Gloucesters became isolated. After 3 days, they still faced wave upon wave of attacking Chinese infantry.
That morning, the company that I was commanding, we had 2 major attacks. Repelled partly by ourselves, by police counterattack, but thanks mainly to the air weapons used by our own people against the enemy advancing and by our guns. But one dreadful thing happened in that the gun line itself was in danger of being captured, and it then had to withdraw, and they warned us that they could only give us another hour of close artillery support.
On the 3rd day of the battle, the enemy battalion retreated to a hill. Our translators intercepted a message on the radio. We couldn't tell if the accent was American or British, but the message told the enemy to retreat before 12 noon. After that, the artillery would cease, and they would have no cover.
A number of soldiers misguided me, believing that I was going to lead them out and attach themselves to me. And as we reached the southern end of the valley, began to get close to ascending over the ridge of the forest, the Chinese on the hilltops all around began firing. Not into us, but closer and closer, firing in naval parlance, shots across our bows. And it came closer, and came to the point where we were either going to stop or they were going to start hitting us. So I said to the soldiers with me, flash your weapons. And then the moment of great shame. I was tired after the long day of the battle, and not a great deal of sleep, and I felt very ashamed that it had ended in this way, but I felt it was the only thing we could do.
When the prisoners came down from the hill, we gathered them together and asked them to sit on the ground. They seemed to lack a sense of reality. They'd not eaten for several days and wanted to go back to their trucks to get food. Of course, we did not allow them to go, and told them the trucks now belonged to the Chinese people. So we asked them to sit down, and in a couple of hours, they were taken to the rear.
The Gloucester's 1st Battalion was effectively wiped out as a combat unit. Only 63 men made it back to regroup behind the UN line. More than 200 were wounded or killed, and 600 taken prisoner by the Chinese. Among them was Sam Davies, chaplain to the Gloucesters, who volunteered to remain with the wounded men.
We were all lined up, and some, I suppose, fairly high-ranking Chinese officer or commissar in perfectly understandable English addressed us, telling us that we were now in the hands of the Chinese people's volunteers, that we were shortly to learn the truth about the great conflict in which we were engaged. We were to be given the chance to learn and study, and that we would eventually be able to ally ourselves to the peace-loving peoples of the world in their great battle against American capitalism. So that was the very first time that we knew we were in not just for an ordinary sort of imprisonment, but for a sort of, I suppose you'd describe it, a George Orwellian type of imprisonment with indoctrination.
As UN soldiers headed north to experience one harsh regime of imprisonment, communist POWs in the south marched to another controversial and bitter captivity. The military situation was approaching a stalemate, and the battle on both sides became one for men's minds. It was on the outcome of this struggle that the future course of the Korean War would depend.
This program was made possible by the financial support of viewers like you. For a printed transcript, send $5 to Journal Graphics, 267 Broadway, New York, New York, 10007. To order by credit card, call 212-227-READ. Please specify Korea, an entirely new war, and today's date.
This is PBS.
The following program was made possible by the financial support of viewers like you.
In the summer of 1951, a year after it began, the war in Korea had reached a stalemate. Day after day, American bombers pounded the communists to accept UN conditions for a truce. Deep below ground, from the safety of his ornate command bunker, Kim Il-sung led the grim resistance of the North Korean people. With outright military victory beyond reach of either side, the war assumed a new dimension. The new struggle involved the prisoners of war, and the battle became a struggle for their souls.
I was one against one, as far as my interrogator was concerned. As we got into it and they became more severe with their interrogation, I took the attitude that, no, it wasn't one-on-one. It was me against the entire 900 million Chinese.
In July 1951, following secret discussions between the United States and the Soviet Union, the combatants agreed to meet in Korea to discuss a truce. The United Nations delegation flew off to meet their North Korean and Chinese adversaries on the 38th parallel. In the first year, the war had moved like a piston up and down the Korean peninsula. Following their invasion, the North Koreans took 90% of the South. Then, after the Incheon landing, UN forces swept north to the border, provoking China's intervention in the war. Together, the Communists briefly pushed the UN back over the 38th parallel, the line that marked the original division between the two Koreas. As the UN position strengthened, there were talks with the Soviets in the summer of 1951 that led to a proposal for a truce.
The Soviet people believed that as a first step, discussions should be started between the belligerents for a ceasefire and an armistice, providing for the mutual withdrawal of forces from the 38th parallel.
The Soviet proposal seemed to indicate that the Communists were ready for a quick agreement. America, too, was keen to stop the bloodshed. Within 2 weeks, U.S. Vice Admiral Turner Joy, chief UN delegate, completed the journey to the truce table in transport thoughtfully provided by the other side, captured American jeeps flying white flags. Communist cameramen were on hand to record the humiliating scene. The UN were presented as though suing for peace. It was to be a battle of wits as well as a battle of words, as UN delegate Rear Admiral Arleigh Burke soon discovered.
When we sat down, we were taller than the communists on the other side, than the Chinese and Koreans. And so when we came back after a couple of hours, probably lunch, our chair legs had been sawed off about an inch, so that our heads were about the same height. They were very careful to make sure that we had no point of superiority over them.
One-upsmanship took other forms. Armed communist guards paraded in the supposedly neutral truce zone. China and North Korea were flexing their muscles.
We should not forget that these were two countries which were not acknowledged by the Americans, and not only by the Americans, by most of the Western world and by the UN. China, the mainland, did not exist. China was Formosa, Chiang Kai-shek, and Korea did not exist either. And in this war, they proved that they exist.
In their negotiations, the Communists were determined to turn this recognition to their advantage. Agreement lay at the end of a long and bitter road. Even the agenda was the subject of tedious wrangling. America spoke on behalf of her UN allies. South Korea had a delegate on the team, Major General Paek Sun-yup.
아마 이 유엔군 측에서는 빨리 모든 것을 아마 단시일 내에 해결이 되는 줄 알았는데.
The UN command thought the negotiations would be settled very easily. But the communist side was rather insistent on every detail and delayed on every item. The North Koreans insisted that the armistice line be drawn along the 38th parallel, whereas our side wanted to follow the actual line of military contact.
UN forces now numbered 500,000 men from 16 nations. They had achieved superiority in manpower, combined with far better equipment and logistics. UN artillery could shell the communists from secure positions. For the first time, there was a continuous front line that seemed unbreakable.
The war was mainly one of feeling for each other's weaknesses, sometimes vicious attacks by the enemy at night, at which stage we would fire onto our own positions with airburst ranging, scattering shrapnel and killing the Chinese in large numbers.
The UN's superior firepower took its toll. Perhaps 1.5 million communist soldiers died in the Korean War, 10 times the losses on the UN side. The war reached deep behind the front. The United States Air Force destroyed almost every town and city in North Korea.
We traveled in moonlight, so my impression was that I am traveling on the moon, because there was only devastation, and in a very funny way, every city was a collection of chimneys. I don't know why houses collapsed and chimneys did not, but I saw thousands of chimneys, and that was all.
When I filmed the destruction of the city by the B-29 aircraft, I had to tie myself and my camera onto a large pillar, since otherwise I would have been blown away. If a large bomb, such as a 1-ton bomb, exploded, the blast was so strong it would demolish everything within 150 feet, just like paper.
$600,000 tons of bombs fell on the North. Possibly 2 million civilians perished.
As I was filming, a child begged me to save his mother's life. He didn't realize she was already dead. I went on filming him, even through my tears. I had my job to do as a cameraman. I didn't stop even to wipe away his blood or strap up the wound on his back. I still feel a dreadful pain whenever I remember that scene.
To survive the hail of bombs, North Korea moved much of its economy underground, digging deep into the hills. A subterranean world was created, with factories, dormitories, shops, and hospitals. Down in the tunnels, people could feel safe and lead a semblance of normal life. As in the South, Koreans never neglected education. Inevitably, though, It was the war effort and munitions output which took highest priority. With many men at the front, women took over all aspects of production and waged their own battle against the enemy.
We had a slogan, "The rear is the front. Let's make bullets of revenge to give to the Americans." So we tried to produce more bullets and mortar shells quickly to send to the front night and day. We even took our meals beside the machines.
There was pride in standing up to the greatest power on earth. North Koreans rallied round their government and their leader, Kim Il-sung, who was presented as the object of almost religious adoration. The price of this resistance was high, but Kim Il-sung, speaking in his bunker on the anniversary of liberation from Japan, seemed heedless of the cost.
It was a long speech, much ovation, applauded. And after the speech, there was a party. There was singing and drinking and dancing. During all this time, we heard the bombs falling on Pyongyang. But it was not very convenient to show that we hear it. I mean, we had to behave as nothing would happen. And the whole party lasted up to 5 or 6 in the morning. Then, with the daylight, we went upstairs. And on the street, I saw hundreds and hundreds of people killed during that night by bombs.
Operation Strangle was the code name for the Air Force bombing campaign. Its stated purpose was to disrupt the flow of communist supplies. The damage assessment photographs look impressive, but the view from the cockpit was often illusory.
The terrible irony of the bombing of North Korea is that it didn't affect the war effort, and it didn't really pulverize or destroy their society. We never found a way to stop their supply lines, for example. These little guys with A-frames on their backs carrying several hundred pounds of supplies simply couldn't be hit by bombing. The reason for this is very simple. It goes back to the bombing survey done of World War II. That German morale was not hurt by the bombing so much as stiffened. The German industrial production went up rather than down in the context of the bombing. Bombing is not an effective strategy for ending a war or stopping supply lines. It is an effective strategy for tearing up cities.
In October 1951, after a long interruption, talks resumed in tents set up at a new site, Panmunjom. The Chinese had a new chief delegate, General Bien, and with his arrival came agreement that the truce line should follow the military front. But many differences remained. The talks became a war in themselves, a war of disinformation and patience under the impatient eyes of the world's press. On one occasion, the delegates simply glared at each other in silence for more than 2 hours. Many disputes in the truce tent seemed petty, but determining where the battle line was had now assumed importance.
A military armistice conference, the very first thing that you have to determine is where are the forces now. So that's what we did, and we thought it would be fairly easy to determine battle line within a quarter of a mile. Not so. When we said we know where we are, we think that you are right there. Within a few yards, and so the line of demarcation, the line of the battle line, should be halfway in between our foremost troops. And they said, "Oh no, no, you are not there. We are here." And getting maybe a quarter of a mile. Well, we discussed that, argued, didn't get any place, went back and found out that the enemy had launched an attack and had taken that land.
The UN side also kept fighting while talking. They launched an autumn offensive to take strategic ground and put pressure on the negotiations.
All is quiet along Korea's western front, temporarily. 1st Marine and ROK units plot a surprise attack on communist positions entrenched in the hills near the Panmunjom Truce site. The big guns under their camouflage netting open up. Veil of secrecy hangs over the truce tents at Panmunjom, not far distant. But here, a veil of fire accents our determination to prosecute a war until a truce is at last won. The commies find it hard to double-talk a flamethrower.
But the communists had found a defense. As in the cities, they dug tunnels, 1,000 kilometers, to form an underground Great Wall right across the front.
At first, the tunnels were a straight-through corridor type, which was uncomfortable to live in. We then started to build various living facilities. A canteen, a blacksmith shop, bedrooms, and a bathroom using the natural water dripping down from the tunnel. We also built the facilities for battles. As you can see here, guns were installed in the tunnels, and there were ammunition stores, a lookout post, and firing positions.
North Korea and China had never fought an entrenched war like this, but the West had. The ground fighting at this stage was reminiscent of the First World War, as one member of the 1,000-strong French volunteer battalion recalled.
Heartbreak Ridge was exactly like Verdun. Look at the photographs taken there, and you will see what it must have been like at Verdun. And the logic of the fighting was also the same, to improve our frontline position, because the politicians were already talking at Panmunjom, or frankly exchanging views, as we say these days.
Bombs were one frank way to exchange views. In a highly secret operation, codenamed Hudson Harbor, the U.S. tested dummy atomic bombs.
Operation Hudson Harbor occurred during the Truman administration in the fall of 1951, and there still is much to be learned about it. Essentially, it consisted of dropping dummy atomic bombs on North Korean positions to try to establish the capability for using the atomic bomb in tactical battlefield situations. In the implementation of this policy, lone B-29s were lifted off Guam or Okinawa, sent over Korea, and a very large conventional bomb was dropped in the pattern that one would drop an atomic bomb. One needed to know the wind current. Of course, one also wanted to intimidate the enemy. And you can imagine Kim Il-sung and his bunkers requiring nerves of steel to see these lone B-29s coming in on the radar, and then a big conventional bomb shutting down.
As the second winter of the war set in, the peace talks began to make some headway. Following agreement on the demarcation line, discussions moved on to the question of prisoners of war. Lists were exchanged. Each side thought the others contained far too few names. Details were telegraphed home. For 3,200 American families, including that of the highest-ranking prisoner, General Dean, there were good tidings at Christmas. But the names of 8,000 other missing soldiers were absent. For For UN prisoners in communist hands, the ordeal was far from over. The POWs on both sides became the focus of the conflict and the key to peace. Their story is one of the strangest tales of the Korean War. Communist propaganda film paints a rosy picture of life in northern holiday camps. The reality was different. Early in the war, some prisoners, including Western civilians, were force-marched north under a notorious Korean officer known as the Tiger.
The Tiger had dropped to the back of the march at this time, and he came striding along by the march and found these men lying by the roadside. And in a great rage, he stopped the march and said, I gave orders that no one was to be allowed to fall out. Who allowed these men to fall out? And they discovered that the men had fallen out from 5 sections. He said, I'm going to shoot the leaders of these sections. So Commissioner Law intervened, and finally the Tiger said, well, I'll shoot the leader of the section from which most men fell out. Which leader is that? And Lieutenant Thornton from Texas stepped forward.
Have you any reason why I shouldn't shoot you? Said the Tiger to the lieutenant. The lieutenant said, this in our country would be unacceptable. I would be given a trial. So the Tiger turned to the assembled Koreans and asked whether they thought the lieutenant was guilty or not. And they all shouted that yes, he was guilty. The Tiger said to Lieutenant Thornton, you've had your trial. In our country, sir, he said, we call that lynching. And he was shot in the head and thrown in a ditch, the People's Hospital.
Conditions during the first year under the care of the North Koreans were appalling. Food, medicine, shelter, everything was lacking.
The vermin infestation was terrible. We used to sit and, like the monkeys, and pick the lice off each other, and I remember reaching a high of 59 on one of my friends. A lice in the eyebrows, and lice in the hair, and lice in the ears. We had absolutely frozen conditions. We had universal dysentery by that time. No way to purify our water. Every man, liquid stool, bloody stool, to the point where he was unable to contain himself and even make it outside. And so the clothing was soiled, and it was smelly, and the ground was covered with frozen excretia.
The camp itself was in a disgusting state already. People were suffering with dysentery and things like that. And people were dying right, left and center, mostly from malnutrition. And as we arrived at Pyeongtaung, one of our friends had already gotten ahead on an ox cart. It occurred, and he said, you haven't seen anything yet. He said, you wait till tonight, so when they carry them out. And sort of thought, you know, and in the evening time they took about 30 or 40 people out, dead Americans, mostly.
1/3 of all American prisoners perished. Starved, frozen, and demoralized, they fell victim to disease. Facilities for treating the sick and wounded were primitive.
I would, for instance, see a man who would have an elbow with a deep wound into the bone. It looked like he was going to lose his arm. I would tell him that, look, I have a little diarrhea. Why don't you meet me down by the train, the split train, and infested with flies. We'd take him down there and sit on the fence near there. I'd unwrap his wound and look at him and let a few flies walk over it. And didn't want to tell him what I was going to do. I don't know if they'd let me do it. Then wrap him back up and say, let's see you in a week. They would come back in a week and complain about itching intensely. And they'd take it off, and of course, it's loaded with maggots. The thing that one must understand is maggots is a marvelous way to treat a wound. A maggot will only eat dead tissue. And when the dead tissue is gone, they drop off and leave. And so they will totally clean out every recess of a wound, but nothing else will work on.
By the beginning of 1952, most UN prisoners were resettled in camps near the Yalu River. Concerned by the high death rate under the North Koreans, the Chinese had taken charge of the Western POWs. Successful escape was impossible, but at least in these new camps, conditions improved.
My work in the Army concerned enemy prisoners of war. Our policy towards the prisoners was to treat them well and to protect their lives and property.
There was no great physical brutality inside the camps by the Chinese as there was by the North Koreans, who would beat people up at the drop of a hat and on occasion kill them. Quite the contrary. The Chinese had a disciplined atmosphere. Even so, it was not a pleasant atmosphere. It was one full of duplicity. The whole character of the camp was that we were a lot of bad hats who'd got to be reformed. At times it took the form that we were naughty children and that Nanny was going to punish us until we fell into line and admitted our mistake.
The Chinese had no doubt whatever in their indoctrination sessions, which took place every morning from 9:30 till midday and again from 2 till 4 in the afternoon. They had no doubt whatever that these indoctrination sessions would undermine our previous convictions and would convert us to the principles of Marxism-Leninism. And as they often said to us under the terms of their famous lenient policy, their phrase, not mine, their famous lenient policy, we could liquidate you immediately as war criminals. You've come here to wage this bloody war in Korea for world capitalism against the peace-loving peoples of the world. We have the right to liquidate you, but we know that you are just little pawns in the great capitalist game. You are tools in the hands of your capitalist masters. And therefore, we are going to give you the chance of being re-educated.
Well, the first lesson was about 5 or 6 months after we all gathered in a large camp by the Yalu River. They taught us that communism was good, that life in Russia was good, that everybody has equal rights. As Turks, we did not pay any attention to these lessons. We used to say, "What you tell us is a pack of lies. We can see how you live. You are giving us just a bowl of millet a day." We absolutely rejected what was said and told them so.
Mostly, they talked about, they would bring us up from slavery, what was happening to blacks at the agricultural South, and why slavery was abolished, and because the northern industry need more cheap labor power and so forth. That is the only reason Lincoln freed the blacks, the black slaves, so that they could use them in the industrial north as another labor force. And they also talked to us about discrimination, segregation, voting rights. We had no rights, and things of that nature. Well, all of that stuff made sense to us because we already knew it. They didn't have to impound that, and I'd just bring it up. So it wasn't a question of accepting it. We knew it already.
Dr. Shadish once discussed the point of this re-education with one of his Chinese captors.
I said to him, you know, if you look out the window in the compound, the lowest man out there, when he goes home, will live better than you will ever dream. How do you intend with this indoctrination to make communists out of us when we know that? And he laughed and said, "Doctor, that's where you're wrong. We don't intend to make communists out of you." And I will remember the rest of my life what he said. He said, if I can make that much doubt in your mind that your country is wrong, we win.
Communist POWs were engaged in a different battle. Some never survived in the overcrowded holds of U.S. troop ships. The U.S. took control of POWs from South Koreans and moved them to the island of Kojedo, far from the war zone. Some arriving here were agents deliberately captured to cause trouble. For Chinese and North Korean POWs, the war was by no means over.
Each day brings new prisoners to Kojedo. prisoners who were taught by their leaders to expect torture and death. Instead, they receive a new insight into UN policy, humane treatment by our military police force, and strict conformity with the articles of the Geneva Convention. Oriental prisoners carry lice and vermin for long periods before their capture. A week of segregation and daily dusting eradicates these disease-carrying pests.
This impression of docile prisoners enjoying the warm care of the UN was misleading. South Korean guards often mistreated their captives. To one observer, so did U.S. supervisors.
They regarded them as Oriental cattle and referred to them as slit-eyed yellow bastards. And rarely didn't treat them as one expected to be treated under the Geneva Convention.
From the beginning, Chinese and North Korean prisoners of war resisted captivity.
Although we were imprisoned physically, spiritually, we never submitted to the Americans. We were still soldiers of the Korean People's Army, and we would go on fighting until our death, if necessary. We knew the question of the prisoners of war was being discussed at the truce talks, so it was important that we struggled to help our fatherland. We fought with desperate resolution.
They were an example, I think, as far as military history goes, to how prisoners of war should behave to create the maximum nuisance value and to bring combat troops from the front line to the prisoner of war compounds to control them.
The basic mistake that we made in handling these prisoners, in my opinion, was this. We deloused them, cleaned them up when they arrived there, and gave them copies of the Korean Convention and expected them to be good boys. Well, they didn't play by the Geneva rules. They had no rules except their own. And we were terribly, terribly naive. If we had killed a few at first, we wouldn't have had to kill so many later on.
Many problems at Kojado stemmed from a process of screening prisoners. The policy was called voluntary repatriation. Its stated purpose was to prevent the return of communist prisoners to their homelands against their will. It was not a part of the Geneva Convention, but the U.S. had insisted on it.
How could any of us belong to the free and civilized world and turn thousands of men who have denounced communism to the wrath and murderous fury of the enemy? To do so would undo all of the principles for which we have been fighting in Korea. No longer would the helpless countries of the world regard us as the protectors of the weak. Our promises would be meaningless.
President Truman had been deeply offended by the treatment given to Russian prisoners who had been returned to the Soviet Union against their will in Europe. Indeed, some of those prisoners simply committed suicide rather than going back. So Truman decided that we would not return prisoners in Korea who did not wish to return.
Truman's policy offered an escape to Taiwan for Chinese POWs, but the U.S. controlled only the perimeter of the camps, and the policy encouraged violence among political factions inside.
When we came into the prison camp, we were left entirely to our own devices. We divided ourselves into various groups. Some of us wanted to go back to the mainland. Some of us wanted to go to Taiwan. So we had what you might call political conflict. You want to go back to the mainland? Well, we'll kill you.
The camp was divided into many compounds. Where Chinese nationalists held sway, they tattooed anti-communist slogans on fellow prisoners, making it painfully difficult for anyone later to change allegiance.
In our compound, there were some pro-communist agitators. Whenever they did anything, we heard about it. We handed them over to the Americans, who transferred them to a communist compound. A few escaped and rejoined us. because everyone in our compound had anti-communist tattoos, and the pro-communist compound insisted on removing them. So those who were afraid of being skinned alive had to come back.
Prison guards avoided these hardline compounds. In compounds where the North Korean communists were in control, they dominated with an iron hand. North Koreans brutally disciplined fellow prisoners who wavered from the party line.
If anybody tried to escape from the compound, they were pulled back and either put to death by a water hose being put in their mouth and leaving them to drown, or they were hauled up to the ridge poles of the tents and tied up by their testicles, or they were speared.
I think that it was impossible to have a free and fair screening under the circumstances that prevailed inside the prisoners of war compound. For the very simple reason that a man was putting his life on the line when he committed himself. He was subject to he was a target on one side or the other.
As a newsman, Caius Beach shuttled between the two scenes of action, Kojedo and Panmunjom. Inside the tents, the peace talks bogged down on the prisoner repatriation issue. In April 1952, the UN side announced that only half the prisoners it held wished to return home. The communists were incensed. They charged that screening promoted defections through intimidation. The impact on the talks was disastrous, as North Korean delegate Kim Ha-kim recalls.
그러나 미 제국주의자들은 서해 자유송환이라는
We never thought that the talks over this matter would block the negotiation. However, the U.S. imperialists maneuvered to hand the prisoners over to Syngman Rhee and Chiang Kai-shek under the pretext of voluntary repatriation. That is why it took so long.
As moral issues increasingly became the subject of international debate and propaganda, the communist side introduced an explosive ingredient. North Korea and China announced that America was dropping infected insects on both their territories. The U.S. government vehemently denied the accusation. Hungarian journalist Tibor Murray was shown the evidence.
When I looked, I still saw flies who were alive. And they moved. They didn't fly, but they moved on the snow. The village people told me that before they found these flies, during the night, American planes flew over the village, and they didn't drop any bombs as they used to do. They didn't even understand why these planes flew there. They understood only next day when they found the flies.
The communists said that widespread germ attacks had occurred, particularly on population centers far behind the front line. They claimed to identify many diseases, including plague, anthrax, and cholera. Among those who helped spread the charges was Wilfred Burchett, an Australian journalist sympathetic to the communists.
Germ warfare was carried out. There's no doubt, nothing would ever shake me on that. Germ warfare was carried out. That's not on a very large, at the least a very large experimental scale.
In the winter of 1951, China and North Korea launched public health campaigns to try to control widespread epidemics. Their propaganda film said this was necessary to meet the threat of germ warfare. The germ warfare issue was also used to strengthen solidarity and heighten anti-American sentiment. germ warfare became a divisive international issue, with protests not only in the communist bloc, but also in some Western capitals. The U.S. vigorously denied the charges.
In the whole black record of false propaganda, these charges should stand out as a monumental warning to the American people and to the free world. A warning as menacing and as urgent as a forest fire bearing down upon a wooden village. The extent to which communist leaders worldwide have gone in fabricating, disseminating, and persistently pursuing these false charges should impress upon the brains of those who yet fail or refuse to see the purpose of communism, the deadly danger with which it confronts us and the free world.
In 1952, an international scientific commission of sympathetic scientists from 6 countries was invited to China and North Korea. They met Kim Il-sung. They did not actually witness germ warfare, but spent 2 months examining evidence previously compiled by leading Chinese scientists. The commission concluded that the evidence supported the Chinese case, that the U.S. had engaged in germ warfare.
A laboratory assistant extracts a spider with a pair of sterilized forceps and grinds it in a sterile mortar and streaks it on an agar plate. The next morning, the assistant takes the agar plate out of the incubator and, under supervision of a specialist, she examines the appearance of the bacterial cultures that have grown on its surface. They have the characteristic form of colonies of the anthrax bacillus.
I found the film really quite naive and scientifically unsound. In fact, I would go as far as saying that scientifically it was quite absurd.
This leading British epidemiologist discounts not only the film, but the report of the International Scientific Commission as well. Among others, he questions the report's finding that the U.S. used anthrax.
Articles and soil contaminated by anthrax will remain infected for many years, possibly until the end of this century. Therefore, if a region or an area was contaminated with anthrax, it would be quite uninhabitable. There are 3 forms of anthrax. One form affects the skin, produces ulceration, and usually is not fatal. One form affects the gastrointestinal tract. And the third form, which is dangerous, is spread by inhalation, and that is the respiratory type of anthrax. If indeed there were outbreaks of respiratory anthrax, anthrax pneumonia, I think the world would have known about it. But possibly the most important factor is the fact that an area which was contaminated with anthrax would be uninhabitable.
The controversy extended beyond the merits of the evidence found to how it got there. The Chinese charged that U.S. planes dropped canisters filled with infected insects. During the war, Tibor Murray developed some doubts.
Once I was told that during the night, the village where this hospital was attacked by germ warfare. The peasants found flies or fleas on the snow. And one of the Hungarian doctors told me, you see, I spoke with one of the peasants. He already spoke some Korean. And he told me that there were no American planes. There were the Chinese soldiers who put this fly on the eye. And the doctor added immediately, but you know the peasants, they say one thing and then they say the contrary. So I just mentioned the story to you.
But the scientific commission heard from captured American airmen who, it said, freely confessed to carrying out germ warfare attacks.
When my son asked me what I did in Korea, how can I tell him that I came over here and dropped germ bombs on people, destroying and bringing death and destruction? How can I go back and face my family? In a civilized world, How can I tell them these things? But I'm a criminal in the eyes of humanity.
A few foreign journalists were also permitted to interview the flyers. The French poet and writer, Claude Roy, here on the left, was able to talk to another one, Kenneth Enoch, with some freedom.
L'autre, qui s'appelait Enoch.
The other one, whose name was Enoch, was more withdrawn. But he also told us how he dropped germ bombs, and that it was very bad.
C'était très mal.
Told us that these bombs were already loaded and checked for us. But after we had dropped them, we were to get rid of the rest of our load as quickly as possible and return immediately to base.
Et puis, à un moment donné, j'étais aux toilettes.
A moment later, I was in the toilet having a pee, and Enoch was next to me.
Avec à côté de moi, Enoch. Il m'a dit.
And he said, "None of that's true, you know."
Pardon.
I said, "Why tell it then?"
I want to come back home.
The 4 flyers on the Chinese film, including Kenneth Enoch, all signed detailed confessions. Enoch's story to the French writer in the bathroom, as he requested, was never published. Enoch later swore that Australian journalist Wilfred Burchett helped the Chinese prepare his confession. Half of some 200 U.S. airmen captured were pressured to sign confessions. Some did, most did not.
The first session was the worst. It ran for 82 days. The interrogation was conducted right off the bat by 2 teams of 3 men apiece. And I was interrogated both day and night for the first 37 days.
They'd get me up in the morning, and I'd go appear in front of them, and they'd question me all day long. And I didn't answer, and you can expect that you can get away with that. They would question it. You have to answer, and they go back to questions that were not of military significance to try and get you talking again, and so on.
Threats of execution, threats of non-repatriation, threats of not being able to go home and see my family again, so forth. It was generally an interrogation that kept you awake and tried to beat you down, getting a confession out of you, a false confession.
And I saw myself slipping, and pretty badly. I found that I was having trouble concentrating. I couldn't sleep, worried not only about making a confession, but what would happen to the free world if they bought that confession.
I felt at the moment that I was 1 against 1, as far as my interrogator was concerned. As we got into it and they became more severe with their interrogation, I took the attitude that, no, it wasn't 1-on-1. It was me against the entire 900 million Chinese. And I felt that I could stand up against them.
And as time went by, they kept saying, you're not going to go home unless you make a germ warfare confession. And so I finally decided that I would do that.
I finally ended up by saying exactly what I felt, however, that I would rather die than sign a confession. And I think that perhaps that final statement was the one that actually concluded my interrogation.
I wanted to be able to come home to the United States and tell what had happened to me and what I had seen from a military standpoint that I felt we would need to know in our intelligence community, and then also to tell what happened in this germ warfare thing, because at one point during the interrogations, they had played tape recordings of 4 airmen who had flown for me, lesser-ranking guys, who had confessed and implicated me as the leader of the germ warfare thing. So I felt that if I had a chance to get home, this was going to be my ticket. And if I didn't confess, I could stay there for as long as they wanted to keep me.
However, it was Colonel Mahurin later recanted the confession he had made after 15 months of interrogation, including 7 months of solitary confinement.
I made a confession. It was not
a confession that had any basis in fact whatsoever. The confession I made was ridiculous, preposterous. Our country had never waged germ warfare under any stretch of the imagination, nor had any other members of the United Nations.
The germ warfare accusation has been kept alive by recently declassified documents. They reveal that a year before the charges against the airmen, the Joint Chiefs had recommended development of biological weapons and testing them in the field, though there is no suggestion of tests in Korea. One supporter of the program says it was to deter the communists from using germ warfare.
We were very poorly prepared to deal with it. It could have been devastating. And I particularly felt that it was compelling that we build up our own retaliatory capability, not as an affirmative weapon, but as a preventive weapon. And we did set out to do so.
Other documents reveal approval of a cover and deception plan if biological warfare were to be used. Though not proof it was used, these documents fuel speculation that will not end until all the files are declassified. In the propaganda war of 1952, the UN side was on the defensive. On Kojèdo, the communist prisoners, at high cost to themselves, were about to score another victory. The troubled situation in the camp had developed into a crisis. Combat troops were sent in with orders to restore control. The problem arose when the commander in charge of the camp, Brigadier General Francis Dodd, agreed to meet POW leaders outside the compound gates. Dodd became the first American prison commandant to be taken captive by his own charges.
The prisoners had decided on the time, the moment when they clear out the human waste. The soldiers would open the gate, and the POWs would come out and throw out their feces. Then, when it's time to go back in, they had to open the gate again. So they're opening the gate, and General Dodd is standing there. And just at the moment when the POWs have disposed of their human wastes and are ready to go back in the compound, they push General Dodd violently into the compound, and the prisoners close the gate behind him. And then they pulled him inside the tent. That's what happened.
We dragged Dodd inside and held him in the prison compound. We told him we all wanted to return to the fatherland. So why this nonsense over voluntary repatriation? Even the Geneva Convention allows prisoners to go home. Dodd agreed and promised to cancel the screening. So we told him, please go, and let him out. But then, in revenge, he destroyed the compound with heavy arms.
In fact, Dodd's replacement, General Charles Colson, had secured his release by agreeing to POW demands. But as soon as Dodd was safe, the UN command repudiated their agreement, made under coercion. Both Dodd and Colson were reduced in rank. A new commandant, General Bull Boatner, was dispatched to Kojèdo to sort things out. The hard-line communist compounds were retaken with a full-scale military assault. One American died. 31 POWs were killed, many by fellow prisoners. The rebellious compounds were subdued, but the political price was high. At the armistice talks, the communists were able to present the UN as a bully, using tanks and flamethrowers against defenseless prisoners. The talks stalled. They would drag on for another year, a year of mounting casualties on the front another year of captivity for the prisoners of both sides.
This program was made possible by the financial support of viewers like you. For a printed transcript, send $5 to Journal Graphics, 267 Broadway, New York, New York, 10007. To order by credit card, call 212-227-READ. Please specify Korea, the Battle for Minds, and today's date.
This is
The following program was made possible by the financial support of viewers like you.
Despite some signs of reconciliation, Korea today is still conditioned by memories of a war which ended 37 years ago. The Korean military is immortalized on both sides. The warriors who died and those who remain vigilant. Most deaths, including American, came in the last 2 years of the war, during the truce talks, when the fighting was less to gain new ground than to preserve what each side held. The challenge in 1953 was how to break the deadlock, how to achieve a truce. In 1952, Dwight Eisenhower was elected President of the United States. He was a new face in politics and an old soldier.
So help you God. So help me God.
His campaign managers had skillfully used his pledge, "I shall go to Korea," in his attacks on Truman.
When Eisenhower overwhelmingly, the first thing he wanted to do was to carry out his pledge to go to Korea. He inspected the Korean forces and had watched them in battle practice. And so he had a thorough grounding in what the actual situation, political and military, was in Korea.
Eisenhower undertook to build up the South Korean army and to get the truce talks resumed. Behind the pleasantries toward South Korea's President Syngman Rhee, he felt disquiet. So did others.
Nobody thought Rhee was a Democrat. We used to call him a rather inefficient dictator, rather inefficient totalitarian. And everybody knew this. We knew about some of the atrocities. And I suppose what it came down to, and quite properly, in my view, was that he was a much less vicious son of a bitch than the people in the North. And besides, he was our son of a bitch.
In 1952, Rhee faced defeat by the Assembly in his re-election bid. He changed the Constitution to allow for a popular vote and arrested his opponents in the Assembly.
I remember waking up one morning at about 5 o'clock in the morning when it was all dark and seeing somebody in my bedroom, and it turned out to be the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament who'd come to seek asylum. Now, I didn't give him asylum, but I let him stay there until later in the day he was able to make his escape and go into hiding somewhere else. There was a former Minister of Agriculture who came and asked, in effect, for asylum, which I said I couldn't give him. And he asked me whether I couldn't take him on as a houseboy.
For the first time in Korean history, its citizens go to the polls to choose the president by popular election. In every town and village, they learn the democratic method.
Now, it was charged by his critics that the reason he wanted a popular election is because the National Assembly would not re-elect him. And I suspect that's true. I don't believe they would have re-elected him. They were under American pressure not to re-elect him because he was demanding a drive to the Yalu River, continuance of the war.
Rhee was a loose cannon threatening to split the UN alliance. A small group met to discuss a plan codenamed Operation Everready to remove him.
We met at the request of Washington, the three of us. And, as I say, it was contingency, working out what the consequences would be if he was displaced. Of course, it would be highly desirable that any change would be made by the Koreans themselves rather than from outside.
But Rhee shrewdly released his opponents and secured re-election. Unabashed, he organized mass demonstrations for a march north and no limits to the war.
His slogan was Pukshin Tongil, which Pukshin is advance to the north, and Tongil unify the country. And I recall at one point, all orchestrated, when several hundred young girls, well, girls in their teens, 14, 15, all in white uniforms with flats, came and sat down in the dust outside the fence of the correspondence village, and somebody blew a whistle, and they all began to cry because the Americans were preventing the unification of their country. This was very good.
There were also tensions with the army.
I would say, frankly, that sometimes our relations with the advisors were not that good. We found sometimes the American officers absolutely arrogant, quite overbearing, and very disdainful of Korean army and tradition, which Korean army at that time didn't have much. But we, as young officers, with our affection and love for the country, there were sometimes some problems. But we kept most of them to ourselves.
For the 5 million refugees who flooded the South, the war was a calamity.
The Korean people were in a dreadful state. The hunger, the poverty was really dreadful. Children running after you, asking for food and the like. It really was terrible. I had as a batman a gentleman of, I should say, 50 years of age, who was the ex-mayor of Suwon, which is a town just south of Seoul. He was working for me as a batman for 2 shillings a week plus a bottle of gin. He existed on that.
Seoul in the fall of 1952 was capture land. On the one hand, you had senior American officers and some of the high-ranking civilians living very high off the hog, drunken parties and cases of champagne, that sort of thing, and lots of ladies of the night, and generally the kind of thing that you can read about in Catch-22. On the other hand, you had a desperate civilian population. You had at least 50,000 children being fed by emergency milk and soup stations. You had a hungry population scavenging in the ruins. Seoul was 80% destroyed, at least 80% destroyed. It was a city of ruins. It was like Germany after World War II.
Korea's millions of abandoned children brought out the softer side of the American troops.
The GIs are terribly soft-hearted people, and orphanages were very, very commonly supported by soldiers. They'd see these children and give very generously, both in goods and in money. In fact, running orphanages became a bit of an industry, and large numbers of children that got into orphanages were not, in fact, orphans.
The refugees tried to make a new life in shanty towns around cities like Busan.
The city was full of refugee shacks lining the streets. On either side of the streets there would be rows of temporary shacks.
On the military front, Eisenhower was trying to end the long stalemate with heavy hints that he would use atomic weapons.
He realized that mere diplomatic negotiations would probably not end the war, and that he would have to have the threat of overwhelming a military force and strength behind him in any negotiations. So that was a part of his plan, and he carried that out and made it very clear to the Chinese and the North Koreans that whatever was necessary in the way of military force would be used. I think that any intelligent enemy would have understood that the use of atomic weapons in that situation was imminent if there was not a ceasefire arranged.
Many felt conventional weapons were not enough.
We believe that the United Nations forces headed by America should have used all the facilities at their disposal, including the atomic bomb. I do not necessarily speak for the Royal Australian Navy when I say that. I speak for myself and those around me. I think the philosophy that bombing the hell out of the North Koreans and the Chinese Communist forces in order to persuade them to give an inch at the peace talks was a fallacy. I don't think it happened. The British forces did not really believe that was the way to deal with Orientals. The Americans, however, showed the idea, and we executed it.
With total command of the coastline, the UN poured an immense mass of bombs and shells on North Korea in the third year of the war. The U.S. still dominated the skies, but the Chinese and North Korean air forces had greatly expanded, and Russian pilots in large numbers clashed with American aces like the young John Glenn.
And it was a matter of the old World War II style dogfighting, getting in behind and hammering someone or getting hammered yourself if he got on your tail. And so it was really machine against machine and pilot against pilot. There were Russian pilots, in fact, on two of the days that I got MiGs. The intelligence people told us later that there was more Russian being spoken on the air those days than there was in the other language. So I don't know to this day who I was up against, but the one where we did the climbing turn that I talked about in the dive was whoever that fellow was. He knew how to use his airplane to best advantage.
John Glenn shot down 3 MiG fighters. In their dogfights, U.S. pilots often lost track of the border and strayed into China. Some deliberately violated the prohibition against pursuing MiGs back to their bases in China. The Soviet Union has only now acknowledged casualties.
I visited the graves where the flyers that were participating in the war or helping the Koreans were buried. And for me it was an emotional moment because I saw many graves of people, most of my officers and privates, about my age or even younger than me, who fell in this war. They survived during the Great Patriotic Wars. Many of them went through this war, and then they perished in the Korean sky.
The Soviet Union under Stalin had supplied pilots and materiel, but never committed ground troops. What were Stalin's motives? The views of some observers have changed.
When the Korean War started, I believed quite wrongly that it was planned as a Soviet diversion to deflect us from Europe. That was the conventional view, and it was the wrong view. I believe that the Soviet Union acquiesced in, or maybe even encouraged, a Korean attack on the theory that this was a cheap victory to pick up, might have a demoralizing impact on the United States, might deflect us somewhat from Europe, but they never expected that a war would start on the Korean Peninsula that would force continuing decisions on it.
Joseph Stalin is dead. The Kremlin's cold stone walls, the eerie face of Moscow, a howling wind and snow adding to the somber picture, is the description accompanying the announcement.
The death of Stalin in March 1953 brought a dramatic change in Soviet policy after Molotov returned as foreign minister. After high-level talks between Soviets and Chinese at Stalin's funeral, Foreign Minister Zhou Enlai signaled that a formula could be found for the problem that deadlocked the peace talks: procedures for prisoner repatriation. The new spirit even reached the imprisoned UN troops.
The propaganda line from Peking, Beijing, was, we are going to sweep you into the sea. They believed that. Whatever you do, you cannot resist us. We shall sweep you out of Korea. Then they realized, after the later offensives, they're not going to do that. So the next Peking line was, you will never defeat us in Korea. Then a much happier line was produced. No matter what you do, you will never stop us bringing peace in Korea. We will have an armistice as required by the peace-loving peoples of the world. Those sort of phrases were rolled out. Then we knew there was going to be an armistice, and we would get out.
At the end of March, the Communists announced agreement to a first exchange of sick and wounded prisoners, which had been proposed by the Red Cross and already accepted by the UN. The swap, known as Little Switch, involved more than 6,000 North Koreans and Chinese who were exchanged for nearly 700 UN prisoners. There was propaganda as well as poignancy. The West was unprepared for the state of mind of some of its returning prisoners. Communist propaganda had often taken effect, and the West faced a new concern: brainwashing.
Well, I think we were all surprised that so many of the initial prisoners, the sick and wounded in Little Switch, were people who had been affected by communist propaganda, through brainwashing, torture, whatever. I was, being a shortwave radio enthusiast, I've been listening to Radio Peking and Radio Pyongyang. And so I immediately recognized the cliches and stereotypes, because it was clear that the first lot had been primed to particularly talk about germ warfare and the atrocities of saturation bombing in the north and so on.
The Communists used the exchange of prisoners for propaganda purposes. A pro-communist journalist writing for a French paper, Australian Wilfred Burchett, spread the Chinese line.
I think one could sum it up with one thing. When there was the first exchange of prisoners, sick and wounded, and the Americans were starting, the press had been briefed about all these pitiable wrecks that would be arriving back, and they should harass them and so on. Instead of that, he was terribly bronzed, and they all started talking about how well they'd been treated.
Eric Donnelly, one of 5 Australian prisoners of war released during Little Switch, heard another side of Burchett's propaganda line.
He came in and he said that down at Panmunjom, it was quite obvious that the Americans did not like giving medical treatment to the Chinese and Korean wounded, because some very high figure, I think it was 70 or 80% of them, were amputees. I said it was a tribute to the American health services that so many survived the loss of an arm and leg. And he started talking over the top of me, saying what nonsense, this was rubbish, and he went off to peddle his story somewhere else. A very voluble man, Wilfred Birch, and he'd talk under 20 feet of wet concrete.
British diplomats captured after the fall of Seoul in June 1950 were among the prisoners returned.
We've been treated very, very kindly. And as I had occasion to say to British representatives a short time ago,
George Blake listened dutifully to his chief's diplomatic words about captivity. The head of British intelligence in Seoul, Blake later confessed to being a Russian spy. The war was now hopelessly bogged down on a static front. Men endured long periods of boredom in the trenches and shorter ones of fierce fighting. In the spring and summer of 1953, communist offensives were repelled at high cost to both sides. Though communist casualties were still twice as high, UN casualties rose sharply, and this contributed to war weariness in the West. The communist side calculated that it had to inflict high casualties to get the UN to sign an armistice. It singled out South Korean troops in particular to make Rhee accept one. The war was escalating. Up to now, the UN had spared only one major target in the north, the dams on which the rice crop and survival depended. In May, as the peace talks resumed, U.S. planes hit 5 of the biggest dams near Pyongyang, causing gigantic flooding. Taek Sun-yup, Rhee's Army Chief of Staff, was sent to see Eisenhower.
1953년 5월에 화이트하우스에 아이젠하워 대통령을 그 당시에
In May 1953, we went to the White House to meet President Eisenhower. On the South Korean side, we opposed the armistice, whereas President Eisenhower wanted the armistice because of his election promises, and also the pressure from the Allied forces.
With Rhee's hopes to call off the peace talks rejected by Eisenhower and an agreement on prisoner repatriation near, President Rhee decided on a defiant gesture to sabotage the talks.
Agreed by South Korean guards on orders from Syngman Rhee.
He instructed prison guards to organize a mass breakout of North Koreans, whom they had identified as anti-communist.
미군하고 충돌 없이
We wanted to avoid any confrontation with the U.S. Army, even though we were releasing anti-communist prisoners for humanitarian reasons. For us to do so in defiance of the U.S. Army could have been problematic. We fixed on a secret D-Day. It was June 18th at 2 a.m. And we dispatched secret envoys directly to each camp with orders to release all the prisoners. So these people went to the camps and transmitted their orders saying the Korean president takes all responsibility.
The prisoners vanished into the South Korean countryside and the army. Rhee meant to enrage the communists. It was his allies who were furious. Winston Churchill cabled Eisenhower,
"The following is only a thought of my own. Syngman Rhee arrested or dismissed from office. British send an extra brigade from Egypt to Korea. Winston."
I happened to be in the Oval Room at the time that President Eisenhower learned that Syngman Rhee had had released thousands of prisoners of war, and he was enraged by it because he thought, regardless of the facts involved, that this would destroy his carefully laid plans for a ceasefire and for the ending of the war.
It looked as like sabotage of the truce talks, and Rhee intended it as sabotage of the truce talks. There was nothing he wanted more than to break up those truce talks. And he released the prisoners of war precisely with that in mind. And it was a disappointment to him when the communists, far from breaking off the truce talks, hastened to their conclusion.
A truce was signed. The final line of battle, fought for until the last moment, gave an advantage in territory to the Republic of Korea, except on the Angjin Peninsula in the west. An armistice was finally signed without Rhee on July 27, 1953, at Panmunjom by the UN, China, and North Korea.
Once it was signed, then the silence fell, and I stood in here all by myself and felt initially a tremendous relief. I survived this war. I was hungry, had to hide in underground, the harsh training and the combat and all this, and I survived. But then that feeling was overwhelmed by the feeling of the emptiness. Why do we have to go through all this? What purpose?
When midnight struck, our forward company put up a lot of flares, and there was a sort of ragged cheer went along. And then absolute quiet. And the Chinese hills are dark and silent. And great apprehension grew that they didn't know that it was supposed to be the end of the war. And suddenly, looking over the darkness, one light went on over there, and then another light, and then a light, there was a pop, which normally meant you were going to get an incoming round, and everybody waited. And they were putting up their flares, that's their lights as well. A couple of them, actually them, very dangerously, walked across the valley through the minefields to the Chinese lines that first night. And came back with bottles of wine and presents, and were immediately put on charges for their doing.
The U.S. claimed victory in containing communism.
Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of 16 different countries have stood as partners beside us throughout these long and bitter months. America's thanks go to each. In this struggle, we have seen the United Nations meet the challenge of aggression, not with pathetic words of protest, but with deeds of decisive purpose.
The communists claimed victory in containing the U.S.
1953년 7월 27일 나는 그 조인하는 걸 보고서리 이제가 3년 동안에
On the 27th of July, 1953, I witnessed the signing of the armistice in this room. I felt that although the Americans carried on the war for 3 years, they ended up at the very point that they started it. I felt a pride that the Korean people had won the war. I felt deeply that we ought to turn this ceasefire into a peace which would avoid the tragedy of another war.
Neither North or South Korea can be said to have won the war because the destruction was too heavy and human and material cost was overwhelming. Therefore, neither South or North Korea won the war. China did intervene, but they suffered greatly in terms of human resources, and they had to delay their modernization efforts considerably. China's relations with the United States have deteriorated considerably, and therefore it had a very large impact on China's future. The United States was not a victor, and it suffered greatly in terms of material and the human resource, human lives. The only one I can see who has won the war, let's say benefited from the Korean War, was Japan.
I think that the real heroes of this war were not the generals and not the soldiers and even less the politicians. They were these simple people, the peasants and especially the women. I saw these women planting rice and plowing and working from morning to night, and the children on their backs and going on in their work. And the climate is not always favorable there. There were floods and there were cyclones which destroyed the crop, and they started again and again.
The main exchange of prisoners which followed the armistice was a spectacle of defiance by the communists.
We had made a flag of the People's Republic of Korea, colored red with our blood, and waved it as we crossed the line. We refused to wear clothes given to us by the Americans. We threw them away. We also made badges for our caps, and we made our own clothes. I hid them in the space inside this artificial lake.
More than 75,000 communist prisoners of war were returned, and nearly 13,000 UN POWs. The Chinese efforts at re-education or extracting germ warfare confessions had continued to the end.
My final interrogation, we started interrogation approximately 5 in the afternoon, and this continued well into the wee hours of the following morning. He showed me magazine-type books that portrayed other people that had signed their confessions with their pictures, and made a last desperate attempt to try to get me to sign a false confession. I refused to do so. About 2 o'clock in the morning, I was informed that the war was over. It had been over for 10 days.
My little scar-faced, hunchbacked Chinese mentor, little Chen Chongwei, who used to receive my religious censorship reports, he came to me and he said, well, you go home now. I simply said, yes, Chen, I go home now. He didn't extend his hand to me. He said those words in really quite a kindly way, so you go home now. He didn't extend his hand, but I know now that if Chen had extended his hand, I would have taken it as some little gesture of hope that mankind would one day be a brotherhood and would be free.
A solution had been reached to the problem of communist prisoners who had been screened and who indicated a desire not to return home. Representatives of their home countries would talk to those who refused repatriation to give them what were called explanations. This procedure was to be supervised by a commission of neutral nations. Indian troops brought Chinese prisoners to the border for explanations from their own side.
Prisoner would come in, and if he was given a chance, the chief explainer would say, comrade, we've come to welcome you back to the motherland. At which point, in every case I saw, the prisoner would scream, I'm going to Taiwan. Play Taiwan, he'd say. Quite often he would then rip off his shirt and display a tattoo. As the afternoon went on, the thing that became very clear was the absolute expression of amazement and shock on the faces of the explainers.
From another exit point, the Chinese, 14,000 former communist troops, carrying pictures of Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek.
2/3 of the Chinese prisoners went to Taiwan. where they were warmly welcomed. Ironically, the Chinese who returned to the mainland were treated as tainted by foreign influence. 22 UN POWs, 1 Scot and 21 Americans, chose to live in communist China. Among them was a sergeant from Memphis, Clarence Adams.
I felt no real reason to come back to the U.S. because I didn't see any future by coming back. Whereas, on the other hand, the Chinese had promised me, after I talked to them, that, there was no discrimination in China, that the communist doctrine wouldn't allow that. It wouldn't be communism if they discriminated against any particular ethnic group. And that I could get an education in China. This is one of the things that I asked for. Also that I would have work in China. Also that I could get married in China. To me, that was a very basic thing that a man needs. He needs education, he needs a job, he needs a family. They couldn't answer those 3 questions for me. They made a promise. There would be no problem. So it was better at that time to go to China rather than return to the U.S., where I saw no hope.
After 12 years in China, Adams returned to Memphis with a degree and a wife. He runs 2 chop suey houses.
There's our big cellar around here, fried rice. The bourgeois ideology was much deeper rooted than I thought it was. After all, I found out that there was no way to really get ahead. You would just be average. There was no real incentive there to keep you there. You'd reach a certain height, and that was it. It's not like in America. If you got anything going for you, the sky is the limit. It's up to you to make it.
As the Navy transport General Walker docks in San Francisco, the first major group of Korean prisoners of war is repatriated amid scenes of wild rejoicing.
Many never returned from the war. Almost 7,200 Americans had been prisoners of war in Korea. 2,730, more than 1/3, died in communist captivity.
They've been long years both for the men and those who waited, hoped, and prayed, for soldiers whose names appeared on the missing list, who dropped from sight into the brutal uncertainty of communist prison camps. But today, surrounded by families and loved ones, days of torture fade in the joy of reunion.
With the war over, Koreans began to rebuild. The war ended where it began, with Korea divided, but now it was in ruins.
Korea, after armistice, was, of course, a devastated country. It was poor in the south and it was poor in the north. But, of course, the north was more devastated than the south because it had been bombed heavily. And when you came to a city like Humnan, there wasn't actually one house in one piece. And when our inspection team was going to move into a house there, one house was quickly repaired. And that was practically the only house in town.
The North embarked on a colossal reconstruction program with considerable outside help, especially from Chinese troops. Unlike Rhee, Kim Il-sung welcomed the armistice. He consolidated his personal power with extensive purges.
Kim Il-sung in 1953 faced a situation where a war that everybody thought he had launched had turned to not a defeat, but a terribly devastating war for the entire peninsula. And yet he held on to power. He not only held on to power, but he proceeded to purge those people that, for example, the CIA thought was so important: Soviet Koreans, Chinese-linked Koreans. One might have thought that Kim Il-sung would have been scapegoated for the results of the Korean War, but instead he turned around and scapegoated the leader of the Southern Communist Party, Park Hun-young,
Pak Hun-young had led the South Korean Communists and been Kim's foreign minister. Now he vanished after a show trial which brought down other independent-minded communists.
I had a good friend in Quezon during the armistice talks. His name was So Chang-si. He was one of the two interpreters of the Korean delegation. I saw So Chang-si among the accused people. He was there in prisoner's clothes, the face nearly completely changed. He was accused as an American agent. So maybe they wanted to purge the party from people who think, simply who think. I used to have long conversations with him. And I remember when I told him how heroic the Korean people is in resisting a power like the United States. And he said, it's true, but sometimes I think why just our people has to be so heroic and have to lose hundreds of thousands or even millions of lives.
In 1954, the Russians and Chinese convened with the Western powers in Geneva to discuss trying to reunify Korea. The Communists proposed nationwide elections with neutral international supervision. The U.S. wanted supervision by the UN. The conference collapsed, and Korea remained divided. In the South, Syngman Rhee remained in power and friendly with General Van Fleet, the former UN commander.
Returning as a civilian to pay my respects to my fellow soldiers, I see the great modern army we only hoped for when I took command in April 1951. Today, this is the greatest anti-communist army in Asia, the fourth largest in the world, second to none as a battle-tested fighting force, 650,000 strong. I started putting it together.
Van Fleet returned to narrate this tribute to the South Korean Army, now a dominant force in national politics.
The military academy holds its graduation in Seoul, similar to West Point ceremonies. Reviewing the cadets is President Rhee, the George Washington of Korea, who is devoutly dedicated to the unification of his country and the liberation of what is left of his people in North Korea.
The general feeling was we were going to sink or swim with Syngman Rhee, and the effort was to ignore the failures of this highly authoritarian society, of a police state society, if you like, and to try to get on with building up his industry and trying to make the country self-sufficient. One thing Rhee was interested, however, to his credit, was education. An enormous effort was made to build up Korean educational facilities. And basically, the Rhee regime, for all of its faults and all of its repression, laid the foundation for modern industrialized Korea with the help of the U.S. and the UN and technicians from many countries.
In 1960, the octogenarian Rhee and his close allies tried to rig one election too many. Many conservative Koreans deserted him. Huge demonstrations led by students, but also involving university professors and the rising middle class, surged up against him.
I saw a jeep passing with a student standing on it, waving the bloody clothes of a fallen student. And around him, as if he were a figure in the French Revolution, you could hear the roars of the crowd growing ever angry. And what had been a peaceful demonstration at 11 o'clock, by 2 o'clock, 1:30 in the afternoon, had turned into a revolution.
Rhee was ousted and corrupt officials purged. But this democracy was short-lived. Within a year, General Pak Chung-hee staged a coup, beginning 18 years of intermittently authoritarian rule. Both Koreas cemented their alliances. The South sent troops to fight with the U.S. in Vietnam. The North's Kim Il-sung visited China's ailing Mao Zedong in 1975. Though he has widened his contacts beyond the communist world, the North is still isolated from the West. It has adopted a strategy of self-reliance known as Truce.
The problem of the North Korean economy is the problem of North Korean politics. In other words, the politics flows from the top down. It's tightly held by Kim Il-sung and his group. And as a result, everything else in the society flows from the top down. North Korea has done very well in industrializing on basically a self-reliant Stalinist sort of model. But the diminishing returns of that have been obvious for at least 10 or 15 years, if not longer.
With relatively small resources, much smaller population than South Korea, it has, at tremendous human cost, achieved a fairly substantial industrial and military establishment. But North Korea has become an almost grotesque caricature of a regimented communist system.
On election day in the North, crowds dance to honor the single candidate. The North proudly claims that the entire society is dyed one single color and is monolithic. They make no bones about a 100% turnout for elections and 100% for the right person. All achievements are automatically attributed to the great leader, Kim Il-sung. Kim even has admirers among important South Koreans who defected.
I met President Kim several times. I had an impression that he is very great, much greater than many famous persons whom I've met and have heard. I can see that the Truce idea is providing the base for his successful politics. I was attracted by him. I decided to settle in this utopia.
The population may well believe the neon slogan which proclaims, "We have nothing to envy in the world." In their lifetime, things have improved. Kim has maintained independence by balancing the North adroitly between his giant neighbors, Russia and China. He has groomed his eldest son, Kim Jong-il, as his successor. If this happens, it would be the first hereditary succession in the communist world. Kim Il-sung's cult of personality works in the North, but it brings derision from the South.
When you hear Kim Il-sung's name, they are talking and they are using all kinds of adjectives. Before you hear Kim Il-sung's name, you have to wait one whole minute. The great Kim Il-sung, or beloved father and the leader of socialistic world and all that crap. Then Kim Il-sung's name comes. I think this is nonsensical. This may be all right in 17th, 18th centuries back, but we are facing 21st century in a couple of years' time.
I myself feel that I've constantly gone wrong by underestimating Kim Il-sung because he looks like basically a buffoon to most Westerners. But the man has stayed in power for 40 years, and he is an extraordinarily shrewd tactician. He knows Koreans very well. And what he has done that almost no Korean leader in the post-war period has been able to do is to solidify a faction that stays together.
Will it stay together for Kim Jong-il? He is fawned on by all, but no one knows if he is genuinely able, or if the army chief, Oh Jin-woo, will give this succession his blessing. The memory of the Korean War is part of the cement which holds the society together. In the giant war museum in Pyongyang, captured American spoils are shown to each generation of school children. The war is kept alive. The North has forged its identity with fiery calls for revenge against America, with insistence that such a war never happen again, with implacable hostility to the Southern regime.
The camera was not on as the bomb went off, but the alert cameraman started shooting seconds later as the dust and debris were still flying. 4 cabinet members were among the 17 South Korean dead. South Korean officials did not...
In October 1983, a bomb in Rangoon blew up members of the South Korean cabinet visiting Burma. The Burmese government, which had been close to Pyongyang, broke off relations with North Korea as a result. In 1987, a South Korean airliner vanished near Burma. A young woman confessed on South Korean television to being a northern agent who had planted a bomb in the plane.
사건의 진실을 밝혀드리는 것이 돌아가신 분들과 그리고
The South is also violent in its internal politics. President Park, whose wife had earlier been assassinated, was himself shot dead across the dinner table by his own intelligence chief in 1979. In May 1980, resentment against authoritarian military rule boiled over in the southwest city of Gwangju. Rebels held the city for a week until the revolt was brutally put down by elite paratroopers. Several hundred people were killed. Today's government has apologized for their deaths. Presidents Park and Chun were not popular, but under them the southern economy boomed. The country has had the highest growth rate in the world and has become a major trading nation, producing high-quality goods. Prosperity still goes hand in hand with political turbulence, which the smile on the riot shield cannot quite obscure. The war is less of an obsession now that this vibrant capitalism with state support has overtaken the North. To the new generation of entrepreneurs, Japan is now the target.
Korean people realize we gotta be on the ball. Otherwise, there won't be Korea anymore, militarily, economically, and whatever. I think that is the basic, fundamental feeling and philosophy that we Korean have today. And of course, economic situation has increased tremendously. But there is nothing that Koreans cannot do, industry-wise, and there is no reason why we cannot challenge Japan in other terms.
Until recently, economic growth did not bring commensurate democratic advances. In 1987, popular demonstrations forced new elections. The best-known candidate was Kim Dae-jung, an opposition candidate who had almost won in 1971. But the opposition fielded 2 candidates and divided its vote. Another general, Roh Tae-woo, won with 36% of the vote. In 1988, South Korea itself was a winner. Seoul hosted the Summer Olympics. The North's allies, China and the Soviet Union, came, but North Korea boycotted the Games. Sabotage from the North was predicted, but never happened. Strategic considerations still dominate the life of the peninsula. Every year in the South, the United States carries out its biggest overseas maneuvers, involving more than 200,000 troops and lasting 2 months. Tank traps straddle the road north, symbols of the distrust that remains on both sides 40 years after the war began. The border between North and South is a demilitarized zone. On each side, it is highly militarized. It separates more than just armies.
그러나 아직도 나와 같은 처지에 있는 사람들이 그 얼마나 많겠습니까?
There are still many who are in the same situation as me. Separation from parents, brothers, and sisters causes untold heartbreak. Even though we can meet again those Koreans living abroad and foreign visitors, we are unable to see our families in South Korea, who are so near. Therefore, I shall be grateful if you will pass on my voice to my parents, brothers, and sisters in the South, and to all the peace-loving people, which will help achieve an early unification of Korea.
Only the Daedong River flows just as before, but everything else in Pyongyang has changed. I met my elder sister there. This was the elder sister who had looked after me so well in the north when I was little. I would still like to meet her again. Even now, it all comes back to me.
For millions of Koreans, the forced separations of 40 years ago remain an open wound. They long for kin on the other side of the ceasefire line. Southern families still search for relatives lost in the South. Television has helped reunite them.
언제 해주셨어요? 6.25 때 했었어요. 6.25 때 동생이 몇 살이었어요? 6살이었어요. 언니는요? 나는요? 10살인가 됐죠. 이송다 씨? 예. 6.25 때 6살이 맞습니까? 예, 맞아요. 기억이 나세요? 어디서 오셨어요? 기억이 조금 나는데. 엄마 이름 누군지 알아요? 엄마 이름 누군지 아니냐고.
The distortions brought by war and politics may someday fade. Perhaps then all 60 million Koreans will recover their common heritage in a spirit of national reconciliation.
This program was made possible by the financial support of viewers like you. For a printed transcript, send $5 to Journal Graphics, 267 Broadway, New York, New York, 10007. To order by credit card, call 212-227-READ. Please specify Korea Armed Truce and today's date.
This is PBS.